We will come back into session, back into testimony. And we have the Clerks Association. And if you can kind of follow that same format, we'll go from, you have a list of the bills, and if you have comments on any one of those or each one of those, we'll just go down the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've divided these up, and we do have one clerk online for the poll watcher bill, and so I would hope Clerk Freeze would have the opportunity to comment on that one. My name is Malcolm Irvin. I'm the Platte County Clerk, but also serve as President of the County Clerks Association. Two things before I get into 26 LSO 43, random hand audit of election results. First, I think it's fitting that this committee meets on the day of Kathy Carpin's funeral. A Secretary of State who really worked behind the scenes to make sure we had same-day voter registration and sought an exemption for Wyoming to the motor voter law, which we as county clerks think was a very good exemption. And so we hope that Secretary Carpin is honored today at her funeral. Second, Mr. Chairman, in a moment of bearing our soul a little bit, there is a lot of anxiety amongst county clerks about the number of bills that were passed in the last session and have the potential to pass in this session. And some of them have an easier administrative burden, some a significant administrative burden. And so I would ask both sides of this committee to really think about that as we go into this session, that realistically, when these bills are being heard in the session, we'll be in the first quarter of the football game. And it's hard to change those rules as the game is underway. There's a lot of statutory deadlines we will have already met, some that are looming in the coming weeks after the session ends. And so I want you to know, Mr. Chairman, there is a significant amount of anxiety just about the number of bills, their scope, and the administrative impacts some of them have. One of those is 26 LSO 43, random hand audits of election results. The committee has prioritized several issues for review during its 25 interim session. The Clerks Association asked for audits to be one of those. And so we appreciate the opportunity. I wish we had had more time to focus on just this subject. In light of this, what we would recommend is actually an audit working group. That working group would be composed of committee members, county clerks, and other key stakeholders to evaluate potential changes and develop practical solutions for audit-related reforms. Election law currently requires county clerks to conduct two post-election audits. The first is a post-election ballot audit after each primary, special, and general election. To complete the audit, county clerks compare individual ballot images produced during the tabulation against their corresponding cast vote record, or CVR. CVRs are electronic records of how the marks of the ballot are tabulated and often appear in a spreadsheet form. Comparing the two records helps identify any tabulation errors that might occur and ensure that this final vote tally accurately reflects the voter's choice. And Mr. Chairman, a quick aside, there is a bill, which I know you'd be familiar with, out of management audit, that talks about composition of that post-election audit board, and we would support that. We think that shoring up that appointment process for those board members is a good path. The ultimate record of voter intent is the physical paper ballot as marked and verified by the voter. Hand count audits help make sure election outcomes accurately reflect the will of the voter, but audit-related reforms require careful consideration to get it right. There are a lot of questions to be answered, which is why we advocate for an audit working group that would be essentially a subcommittee. Some of those questions are: what type of audit makes sense in Wyoming? The most common type of tabulation audit includes a fixed percentage, a risk limiting audit, or transmittive audits where ballots are scanned using a different voting system or tabulator than the primary voting system, and then the two systems' results are compared. Number two, which ballot will be included in the audit? It's important to consider whether the audit sample will draw from all ballots cast in the election to include absentee and UOCAVA, as well as those cast in person, or whether the audit will include ballots from all precincts and political subdivisions. And Mr. Chairman, I think at this point, it's worthwhile to note that that question expands to at what point don't we audit a ballot style where there's a certain number of votes that could allow us to identify how somebody voted. Number three, when should the audit take place? Number four, What happens if an audit reveals a discrepancy? 5, how will clerks publicize the results of an audit? 6, what method of hand count should be used? Number 7, what do we do when the voter's mark does not match the instructions? Voters have a number of different ways they've marked ballots. Of course, every ballot comes with a set of instructions that say to cast your ballot, you must darken the oval next to the candidate for which you intend to vote. South Dakota took an approach similar to this recently in 2023. The group discussed both regulatory and policy changes, seeking an audit approach that served South Dakota best. South Dakota's Secretary of State Monet Johnson explained, she said, we are looking for the best post-election audit that fits our diverse state population in South Dakota. Drawing from South Dakota, Wyoming's working group should include members of the Joint Corporations Committee, county clerks from counties of varying sizes. I think that's a very important point to make. Secretary of State and his staff, audit and other election experts, municipal officials, because they too are administering elections, and special district representatives. As members of the County Clerks Association, we're all ready and prepared to help in that endeavor should you choose to take it. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to jump way ahead just in the interest of time and really say that we understand and we appreciate the concept behind this bill. And if this is a direction we end up going someday, that's fine. But we think there are a lot of looming questions. Even in our group, as we've discussed hand counts on a number of different bills or potential audits, a lot of questions arise. And Mr. Chairman, us more than anybody want to make sure it's right. If something fails, it's our head. We're the ones that have to account for it on election day, and so we want to make sure it works. The theory is great behind this, but Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin asked earlier, the largest precinct could be up to 6,000 voters. 6,000 voters who vote on 20 to 23 different ballot measures. Some of those are vote for 4, vote for 5 instances. This isn't just a vote for one race. It's not just a countywide race. Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of consideration here. And so we would advocate that instead of sponsoring this bill, a subcommittee be created in order to study audits in depth and really get an audit that works well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions, as would my colleagues.
Questions? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Irvin. You said that districts would be audited for hand counts. I think Secretary of State said precincts, which would be considerably less, and at random. Where did you get the districts in there? I didn't understand that part.
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, if I said district, I misspoke. The largest precinct in the state could be up to 6,000 voters.
Okay, follow up. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that you elect a central committee member with 6,000 people. It's usually a smaller, maybe 400 people in a precinct. That's my understanding. None of my precincts are too much bigger than that.
Mr. Irwin.
Mr. Chairman, and having drawn precincts and gone through the redistricting process, I can assure you there are multiple precincts throughout the state that are well over 400 voters. In Platte County, 4 of our 8 precincts are over 400 voters. In Laramie County, and the Laramie County Clerk is here, I'm sure she could speak to her largest precinct. But when we asked this question of other counties, the largest was in that 6,000 ballpark, and that's all registered voters. And so if a member of the Central Committee did not receive all 6,000 votes, that's one thing, but there could be up to 6,000. And I know that Representative Johnson disagrees, but we will be happy to get data on that, Mr. Chairman, because I can assure you I'm not lying on this fact.
All right, any other questions? All right, let's move on. 044, if you have any comments on that.
Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 44, election hand counting for recounts. I think there's a very simple change to this bill that essentially, we could walk away from this table saying we're good to go. And that would be on page 18, line 12, that the effective date is January 1, 2027. I would really ask members of the committee to go back to the February 27th House Corporations Committee meeting when the last hand count vehicle was alive. There were a number of hand count bills that had died in that session, and the last one that was alive, I spoke at that House committee meeting and said that this was the last chance for a hand count in 2026. And Mr. Chairman, I have a lot of time and emotion invested into this bill. I worked closely with Representative Haroldson to get a bill that worked well for what he was seeking, worked well for the county clerks. And we worked collaboratively with the Secretary of State's office. And so it is a good bill, Mr. Chairman. And we really did advocate for it in the 2025 session because if it had passed in 2025, we would have had 18 months to plan, prepare, and promulgate rules. There will be questions that come up. The Secretary of State's office will promulgate those rules. I'm sure of it. But we have to discuss method. We have to discuss all those things that I just talked about, but also for recounts. And Mr. Chairman, the other big key of this bill was it gave us time to do it. I know the Secretary is advocating for an amendment that would leave the election as is in the primary. But if you can recall from our first interim meeting, there were only 26 days between the day of the state canvassing board in 2026 for the primary and the day the general election ballots have to be on our hand. 26 days, that's it. To program, to test, to print, and have them delivered for UACAVA voters. And so anything that bites into that time frame should be very carefully studied. And there was a comment that the Secretary made that it concerned me, which was essentially, we'll figure it out on the floor. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, but we'll figure it out on the floor. Maybe there's some races that aren't effective in 26, but we'll work on it later. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, I think that's the purpose of an interim, is to work on that question now. Because this is one of those big looming changes that if this passes, there's a lot of consideration that goes into it, and we'll be in the first quarter of the game. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would really ask that this committee consider a 2027 effective date so that we can make sure we can deliver it effectively. And then lastly, there was a discussion about the costs, and that amendment in the House was specifically from Representative Haroldson after I spoke to him as the Platte County Clerk. One of my statutory duties is the Chief Budget Officer for the county. And there were a number of tax bills that were on the table, which was great, but the issue is it caused uncertainty. And so we had this case where we knew we would have an increased cost, but we knew we had to cut from somewhere. And I was concerned that this was a place we didn't want to cut from necessarily. Spoke to my representative, Representative Haroldson. He agreed, sponsored that, and it passed overwhelmingly. And so we would advocate that that language stay in place, that the automatic recount stay paid by the state, because the concept is really changing from the way we do it now. So currently now, the counties do share that cost, absolutely. But in this bill, the way in which we do it changes significantly. And with that will come some cost. And so, Mr. Chairman, we would advocate that the bill stay as written. The only change would be a 2027 effective date.
All right. Any questions? Yes. Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, and thank you guys for being here. July or January of 2027?
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Mr. Irwin.
we would, July or January of 2027. We just want to make sure it's effective for 2028. And if it's January of 27, I think it gives a little more time for rule promulgation. But realistically, if it passes with a July 1, 27 date, we're working on it right away, since we know it's coming.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Senator Steinmetz has her hand raised.
Yes, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you,
You have a
Mr.
question?
Chairman. My question was still just on page 3 under the election dates for the primary election. The first Monday in August, a lot of times is fair and it takes this, for example, here in Goshen County, we utilize the Rendezvous Center, which would be hosting the county fair. So I'm not sure if you have discussed how to resolve that, but that would be a big issue here and maybe for other places in the state as well.
All right, any other comments? Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, appreciate you all being here. I guess I'm a little surprised that you'd be okay with this bill. I mean, I've read a lot since the last meeting because I wanted to get up to speed on what this recount by hand is all about. And everything I have found is 8 to 20% error rate on something like that. What do we hope to gain by a hand recount? I guess, is it really going to tell you anything?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to deviate just a little bit on my answer and take off the Clerk Association hat. I am simply speaking to you as the Platte County Clerk now. So this is a really important issue in my neck of the woods, of course. And so the folks that I represent in my county really say that some hand component is their desired effect. Even folks who have told me that they don't want to get rid of the equipment in entirety, but want some hand option for a recount, specifically for the candidate requested recount. Are there going to be some discrepancies? Will we have to work through some things? I do think so, yes. And that's why we need time to make sure we get it right. And that's why, again, we would advocate for a 2027 effective date so we could effectuate in 2028. It's just the same reason we advocated in 2025 during the general session to get it passed now so that it could be effective for 26. Mr. Chairman, I hate to be the one that comes up here and says, I worry that this as written can't be implemented effectively in 26, but that is the reality. And so, Mr. Chairman, to expand a little bit, we have worked quite a bit with our colleagues on some sort of hand count component. Whether it's recount or audit, we were leaning a little bit more towards audit, not necessarily the entire precinct, all races, but more of a randomized audit. As a matter of fact, Clerk Lee, Clerk Freeze, they attended a conference where that was a specific topic of discussion, was hand audits that are conducted in other states. We've tried a few different methods. We've got some data. And so, Mr. Chairman, we do see that this is something that's coming. We just have to be careful about its implementation timeline because there are a lot of considerations.
Senator Landon, follow up? Okay. All right, any other questions? Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still coming back to moving the date of the primary. Doesn't that impact other things on the election calendar?
Mr. Irwin.
Mr. Chairman, and just as Senator Steinmetz had said, this is an issue in Platte County as well. Our main polling place is also the fairgrounds, and so it would impact that. When the question was, what would we need to effectuate the change, this was it. And on the question of timeline itself, a lot of the dates are based off 81 to 72 days from election date X. So it doesn't really matter what the election date is, it just moves those up. If this is passed in the 2026 budget session, there is a potential that it becomes effective after we've already delivered our list of election judges that we need, the number of election judges we need to the political parties. And so that would have a serious impact on the number of judges we would need. So for the timeline, there's only a handful of hard dates. Most of them are based off a range for when the election date is scheduled. So if you change the election date, doesn't change a whole lot, changes that timeline, but those dates are still in there, if that makes any sense. The ranges are still in there.
And Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Yes.
So the implications don't extend back to like the filing period or the other date for declaring a party or?
Mr. Irwin.
And they do, Mr. Chairman. It would essentially think of every election-related item, and it essentially moves it up 2 weeks. And so candidate filing would be 2 weeks earlier than you're used to. So latter part of April, first part of May, just generally speaking. So everything would be shifted 2 weeks if this were to pass as written, yes.
And Mr. Chairman, are all those contingencies figured out in this bill? Do you think?
Mr. Chairman, we dedicated a lot of time in discussion with Representative Haroldson, with the Secretary of State's office, and we think we've addressed all of them in this bill. But again, the implementation timeline has to be very carefully considered.
Okay.
Any other questions? So you're basically down to just the date, date and possibly the cost, right?
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, we would advocate the bill stay as written, not with the amendments that are proposed, but the only change being the effective date.
All right. Let's move on to, where are we at, 45?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mary Langford, and I have the honor of representing the county clerks. But I'm going to hand off. We have a very capable county clerk, the Honorable Julie Freeze, who's on Zoom and is prepared to speak on 45.
Ms. Freeze, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we're
Okay.
ready for comments on 0045.
So I kind of wanted to go through the bill a little bit and just talk about a few areas here. So starting on page 4, line 13, the comment may have one poll watcher for each political party for each precinct served. In many places in Wyoming, there may be several precincts in a building, or a vote center can serve all precincts in a county. So to allow one per precinct for each party could result in more observers in a building than election judges or even voters. Fremont County, as an example, would allow one Republican, one Democrat, one Libertarian. These are the common ones that are on our ballot for the general. I have 32 precincts, which could mean 96 poll watchers. This is more than my largest vote center has judges for. And is there a way to limit the amount of poll watchers to less than the amount of election judges in a polling location? I don't know how exactly that you do that, and I'm not sure that we would get that many people, but I think it has to be stated that it's a possibility to have that many. Now, having more people in the area as the clerk and the clerk, it says the head judge, I believe now, that can decide if they can handle it. Pretty much they're going to ask the clerk, can we handle more people? We certainly could work with that, but I just wanted to give you the reality of that language there. Then if you go to page 5, line 2, the comment, every aspect of the election, a poll watcher shall have the authority to be located close enough to hear and see the voters as they check in with the election judges. Often the process here is the check-in of the voter. This process involves their ID and personal information that we and election judges are not allowed by law to give to anyone. We may want to have the poll watchers sign an oath like the election judges do to state that they will not share the information about a voter to anyone. Right now, they don't sign anything that tells them they don't have to keep that information private. And definitely, since the statute requires us to do that, obviously we would want them to do the same. Page 5, line 11, the comment, watch the setup and shutdown processes. What exactly does that mean? I am assuming that means the day of the election, because as clerks and our crews, whenever we can get out, it's usually the week before the election that we're actually delivering and setting up, so to speak, some of that process. So I'm assuming, which we should ever assume, we want to really know what that means. Does that mean that they're going to watch the judges open the machines for operation, watch the counting of blank ballot stock, and setting up their stations? This is a very busy time, and judges need to know that they can get the polling place ready by 7 a.m. opening time without any interference. So not that they would interfere with them, but if we have a lot of people around there, sometimes our judges don't know who are judges and who are poll watchers. That's the reason we would like to have the badges, and I don't think it's a problem for them to watch that, but we have to be able to do our job. The other thing about that is security. You know, we spend all this time doing chain of custody and game cams on our equipment and all of this stuff. If we have a lot of people in there, it's really hard to know who's supposed to be there and who's checked in and who's not checked in that are allowed to see those processes. There's passwords that we don't share with very many people for the same reason. And so just think about the security aspect of that when we're talking about that. Page 6, line 1, The comment not having to schedule with a clerk before the election who is working or substituting for a poll watcher. Clerk should know who would be in the polling area, again, for security purposes. The clerks want to have a list. They want to notify their head judge who will be in their polling location, have a badge for them and welcome them and find places for them. Generally, again, it's in the poll book area. So we know, and for our voters too, we've had in the past where I've been called and say, 2 people asked me what my name was. This is back in the day when the poll watching was to call voters who hadn't come to vote yet. So they were asking twice. And so we've had voters call back and go, why am I being watched? Just so you know that this isn't just about what we do, but this is about making sure through the Constitution that we allow that those voters get to have the privacy that they demand, that it is demanded on us in the Constitution. So just put that out there. Again, having so many people in a polling place, it's just nice to know who everyone is. I think substituting, I know I've done that here myself, as long as people will get a hold of me. I'm super busy on election morning and the day before the election. More time ahead of time would be great, but I understand things happen. I think if I'm doing that with my county party officer, I don't necessarily know the state officer for the party. Maybe I know the state officers for the parties, but maybe I don't know their voice. So to have somebody calling me and telling me somebody random is being put into my community, I'd rather hear from my county party chairs. We've worked very well together. Page 6, line 16, poll watchers shall be provided chairs. So I think for the most part, if we don't have a whole bunch of people, there are chairs available, but a lot of clerks don't get to have a place that already has chairs and tables. They have to provide those. Again, if we don't know ahead of time who's going to be there, it's really hard for us to do that. We have to sometimes rent those chairs and tables by the county for our judges to be there. So just remember that. So getting notice would be super important for us to know that. I think we always try in most locations to try to accommodate chairs for people that are coming for that purpose. But I just wanted to make you aware that sometimes the counties maybe wouldn't know that you had 10 people that are going to show up and they only brought in 2 extra chairs. We don't want to get in trouble because we did not accommodate per statute. A couple other things that I've been thinking about for a long time, and just a quick story. In 2022, I believe it was, we had an issue statewide with the new e-poll books, and we knew things were going on. And I put out a press release that says we're working on this. We had our judges going up and down the line and talking to people. Yes, we're having a problem, but we'll get you through. We're going to figure this out. We're talking to the Secretary of State. We're fine. I saw a complaint filed with the Secretary of State against me by my party chair at that time that said a bunch of stuff that they were talking about and taking pictures of, they being the poll watchers. Not one person called me. Not one, not the chairman, not the poll watchers. I want to fix what I can fix at the polls. It is super important. There was another time where I was called to the corporations committee after an election, and I was asked, Julie, from a person who testified to you, who was a poll watcher, a party person, got up and told them that I allowed this one area on the reservation for the judges to make the voter read the oath on the registration card. I had no idea. I felt stupid getting up in the front. It was just a political stunt to make me look bad. And so why wouldn't I want to know that? Why wouldn't I want to call my precinct and say, hey, what's going on? Or go there and go, hey, what's going on? So this amendment, the first amendment, is any perceived problems by the poll watchers must be immediately reported to the county clerk in charge of that election. I think that's important. We should get to know what they think is happening. We can maybe take that doubt out of their mind. And it's good communication for us to have that with our poll watchers. Number 2 amendment, I'd like maybe to have all written reports from the poll watcher to the county or state parties shall also be filed with the county clerk of that county and the Secretary of State. Again, I only think that's fair. We can always do better. And so sometimes when we get those notes back and we analyze all of our election judges' notes, why wouldn't we do the same? And I did think maybe if you are going to do proposed amendments, maybe on page 5, line 16. I'm not sure exactly where it'd go, but it kind of meets in that area. So for that, I think that's all I have to say exactly on this bill, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions, Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Freese, for being here this afternoon. I alluded to this earlier. It's a concern I had a little. We had a situation, I think 4 years ago up in my neck of the woods, where I had a couple of constituents call me and say, I went down to vote and frankly was uncomfortable. There was a gentleman there, and I won't describe, but bottom line was he was intimidating to some of the voters. And it goes to that comment that you made with regard to privacy and the ability to vote when you get down there. My question to you is, are you confident that with this bill in place, you have what you need to get rid of someone like that?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Freese?
Senator Landon, so there is the area that says if they are disruptive, and we've had a couple of those in the past, that you can remove them. What is disruptive? Is it making it so you can't talk to your voter? Are they interrupting? I don't know. It's kind of nebulous on what that would be, I guess. It's like any other word, any court could argue both sides of that. So there is an area where we can do that. We worked really hard for the general election in 2024, and I had our head judges greet poll watchers, get to know them, tell them where they could be standing. I didn't mind if they went to the machines, even from the poll watching station, so that they could see how many votes were on the machine. I don't mind that kind of stuff. And I think we do a lot better job. It's not just me. I'm sure across the state, we had a lot of those kind of things, because you know what? Having good communication with anybody who comes in your polls is always a better way to do things. So I just think this is really blown up to be more of a problem than I think it is. Can we do better? Absolutely. We can always do better. Again, I think it's just a lot. And I worry in my vote centers, there's one in Kinnear, there is no way I could do more than the 3 parties on both sides, only 6 people. There is no way, but yet everybody in the county can vote there, and they have increased because a lot of people from Riverton find it's pretty close and they can head out there if they don't want to stand in line at the Riverton one. So I worry about that because I wouldn't be able to handle that in some areas. And I know some of these other counties, even if they have 9 precincts or 6 precincts, adding that up with all the parties, that might be too much for them. So I just think it's too much in a lot of places.
Thank you.
Okay, any other
Mr. Chairman?
questions? Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for Ms. Freese, but can I have a point of personal privilege first?
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Carpin's funeral is starting right now. And I had the opportunity to serve my first years in the House. She was the Secretary of State. So she was a grand lady, represented Wyoming very well. She was from Wyoming stock. She raised her siblings when her mother died at 12. She served in the House of Representatives under Tino Roncalio, and she served in the federal post, and she aptly served as Secretary of State for the state of Wyoming. And I'd just like to honor her with a moment of silence if we could. And, it's just appropriate that we do something like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, let's take a moment of silence for Kathy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we are missing some of our members for that funeral and some of our public participants. So they'll be back here shortly, but.
And Mr. Chairman, it's great. And Representative Yen is going to convey the thoughts of the legislature, and I appreciate him doing that. So thank you. Thank you for that. Ms. Freese, overall, are elections getting more intimidating for the voters? Do people find it less desirable to go vote and maybe prefer other methods than in person now because of all the different requirements? And it's not just this piece with poll watchers, it's polling places are bigger now. You have to deal with parking, you have to walk farther. You have to show your ID, you have to make sure you have it, you go to different places. You can't just rely on your neighbors that used to say, oh, welcome, good to see you again, here's your ballot. Is the whole process getting harder and maybe pushing some people away from voting, or at least voting in person?
Ms. Trees?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, excuse me. So like I said, there was a couple of elections where election judges felt intimidated because they wouldn't talk to each other. Voters have all along have said, who are these people and why am I being watched? And you know, there's a lot of personal information. That's where most of them get to watch the check-in, which makes sense. But we're talking all of our personal information right there. And a lot of people are uncomfortable giving birth dates and stuff like that anyway. So that's always kind of hard. Again, I can only speak for me in Fremont County. My method was, okay, they're allowed there. I understand why they're allowed there. I don't have anything to hide. Our judges have been trained the best I can do. For them, hopefully they do what I ask them to do and not things I don't ask them to do. So why can't you have poll watchers? I understand both sides of that. I think in my case, in 24 general, I had less problems because we did try to work together. But you do have some people who feel it necessary to, at that time, they would get on their phones and then they would run out the door or something. And it just made you feel like you did something wrong, or that something's wrong with your voting and am I going to be in trouble for it? I mean, so we did get we still get feedback that people don't like all the extra people, but I understand. And we've got to find a balance for that. That's why I'm saying if it's not more than your election judges, then that sure helps. I get the transparency. I'm okay with transparency, but to have it at this volume is a lot. I just think it's a lot. And I do think that might make people say, boy, if I vote absentee, that might be easier. We did allow it at early voting, so the poll watching. So a lot of people were wondering who these people were sitting in the hallway. You know, and we explained they're poll watchers, they're allowed by statute, but there are questions. So I don't know if that makes people not vote, but there are always questions every election, and we just do the best we can to all get along so that the voter can have a good experience.
Great. Thank you, Julie.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to 0046.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm representing 0046. This particular bill was in the 25 session, and it was House Bill 173. Has to do with the independent candidate requirements for a petition, and was presented to you by the Secretary this morning. There's a couple concerns that the clerks have concerning this bill. The increase in the percentages of signatures required for the petitions, that does impact the folks that are checking those petitions. So the county clerks check petitions as well as the Secretary of State's office checks signatures on petitions. So there would be some impact there. And if we would leave the effective date where it is right now, we won't have any independent petitions because the process needs to start before the 1st of July. So we'd suggest that it should be effective immediately if this bill is passed. And express some concern also if there's other bills that we've seen that are going to move the election days that will affect this bill, or the election days in a prior bill that we had a couple of bills ago that will affect this as well. On page 6 of the bill, there's one thing just to note. It talks about, towards the last sentence, starts on line 20, where it says the candidate shall have not more than 14 additional days after giving notice of the candidate's intention to be nominated by petition to file the petition with the Secretary of State and with the county clerk. Currently, there are places that are the appropriate filing offices, county offices, local offices are filed with county clerk, state legislative offices are filed with Secretary of State. This might be a confusing change about where your filing place is, or we don't really understand why we would need to have 2 filing places as opposed to just 1 filing place. That information is made available once it's filed at either office anyway, so. And just one other thing to note of interest is that you can make any ballot with 25 write-in votes, or 25 write-in votes. So why would you go through the process of doing an independent ballot or petition? With that, we'll stand for any questions.
Questions? Yes, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on page 6, it appears to me that we're concerned about too many independent candidates being elected here. But what's the significance of 81 days instead of the 70? And can you help me with that change?
Ms. Langford?
That moves the filing of the petition ahead of the election filing. So what happens now, let me explain to you what happens now, is that a candidate you have the primary election. And then between the primary election day and there's a filing period for the general election that's about 2 weeks after the primary election. And that's when independent petitions are due now. Instead of doing that filing right after the primary election, this filing will happen ahead of the primary election.
So, Senator, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I assume that is to get to a situation where someone was defeated in the primary and we don't want them to run again.
Not necessarily.
Is that the issue, or is it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, you have
I didn't mean
a
to
follow-up on
interrupt.
that follow-up.
But it's any candidate, Mr. Chairman, so it's somebody that doesn't like the way the election came out, perhaps, that's also getting at those people. There is a specific lawsuit pending about the issue of the spoiler, meaning someone that was in a primary election and then ran as an independent. And I know that's progressing, and I don't know where that is.
Ms. Langford?
Mr. Chairman and both senators, there is the sore loser, I think they call it the sore loser lawsuit that's going on right now. One thing to remember also is that if you've been on the ballot in the primary, you can't access the ballot by petition for the general election. That's prohibited by our law right now. But what this would do is it is exactly that. You don't like who got elected in the primary, so you're going to jump in now. So, yeah. But you'd also have to undeclare, if you're a party person, you have to undeclare yourself as a party person and be an independent.
And I guess I have a question about that. So the Secretary of State talked about it as leveling the playing field, I believe was his testimony. So is it looking at it as one party, another party, and then if you were unaffiliated, that's the third candidate, and all those candidates being at a level playing field in filing at the same time?
Mr. Chairman, I believe so. That's what he's referring to.
Senator Landon, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was the follow-up that I had. Has this occurred quite a bit? I mean, I guess I'm not aware of Any sense of how often this has gone on? I mean, is this a pretty prevalent thing that happens, or?
I'm gonna phone a friend over here. Yeah, you see it very much.
Mr. Chairman, I personally don't see it very much. I think legislative races, and really the issue is when the primary ends, certification of candidates for minor parties occurs before that date. And so we've got our list of candidates for minor parties. The primary gives us our list of candidates for major parties. But then there's this window in which somebody can petition to become an independent candidate that leaves it somewhat open. And so I think part of the effort was to have a cutoff date to where all of those candidates would be known. Currently, frankly, I don't know of it happening all that often. I did have a legislative race, but those petitions aren't reviewed by the county clerk's office. They're reviewed by the state. And that happened, I think, 4 years ago.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hope we explore this in depth, and this may not be the exact time, but today we need to explore this in depth in terms of the, really the constitutionality of it and to think about it. The issue of parties, I mean, our founders didn't envision parties. And so, parties kind of came on and grew around the elections came first, parties came later. And the concept of a democracy where people can elect who they want, has kind of been corrupted by parties a little bit for good reasons. There are advantages to parties. But now this kind of turns it on its head and says, well, the parties have to come first. And, if you have to affiliate in this party world to participate in the election. And I'm finding that to be troublesome. And I think it might get at the First Amendment with regard to freedom of assembly. I think courts have ruled in past that the ability to stand for the general election is not a party-driven thing. It is not dependent on it being a party thing. So I think there's a troublesome future down this road with this bill. I hope people will address it in their testimony.
Yes,
Thank you. Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
Johnson.
Just two things. One thing I want to bring up is Article 6, Section 13, purity of elections to be provided for. And that's the major cause we're here. We want our elections to be free and fair and honest. And there's a lot of people that don't think that necessarily all the elections are free and fair. And I'd like to bring up one instance happened in Laramie County where a Republican candidate was defeated in the primary and his wife ran as an independent after that. So I think that is one of the areas, if you're going to run in the office, you need to declare at the same time. You can't have sour grapes saying, I didn't win, but my wife can. And I'll just leave it at that. It's upsetting.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you can take those same words from the Constitution and you can apply them in your framework that has parties in mind, that a party election is the pure and fair. And you can apply it in a more open election process that doesn't have parties and say that that's counter to those exact words. It really does apply both ways. And the courts have done some interpretation of it, and I hope we might hear some of that.
And I do, my comment is in this is I do prefer unaffiliated versus maybe even independent. Because that does denote exactly what you're saying, is that it's about the individual, not necessarily about the parties. So it gives everybody kind of that same starting frame, whether you're a party affiliate or whether you're non-affiliated and just running independently. But so.
And
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Yes.
has her hand up.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's lonely over here. Sorry, I was so cute and funny and I won't repeat it. Just a quick question, Ms. Langford. You said that you have to check the petitions. What does that entail?
Ms. Langford?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so when a petition comes in, you check the names against their registration and their signature on the petition. So that happens if, you know, in a county clerk's office, if it's, should be for a commissioner's race or one of the other courthouse races. And the same thing in a legislative race. The Secretary of State checks petitions. They check the names on the petition and make sure that they're appropriate, that they're registered to vote, that kind of thing.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then, Ms. Langford, just to clarify, when you said check the signatures, you're checking that it's signed. Do you verify the signatures against anything?
Verified against their voter registration.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
And is that done to your knowledge?
Representative Lucas, you have a
Oh.
follow-up?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, me too. I was back.
Yeah, fascinated with this. And so then that works the same way at the Secretary of State's office too then?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Langford?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Ms. Freeze has her hand raised.
Ms. Freese, you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add to what Mary had said is that, and just in general. So I understand why they think maybe that as a candidate, you should all file about the same time. But I think having an increase in the percentage of signatures that they have to get, then why would they have to do that? If they have to do that ahead of time as well, and first of all, there is no designation in our voter registration for independent, so they're all unaffiliated. If they're not affiliated with a party, that's them. So I just feel like it takes a bit for my county if you're going to run for county commissioner or something like that. It takes quite a bit of getting out and getting signatures of anybody can sign those. It doesn't have to be unaffiliated in fact. So I just wondered if we really needed to increase that. Are we trying to make sure they can't run or make it harder for them to run? And I don't think that's right. I think anybody should have the right to run. And if this is the way that we all file at the same time, by all means, I think that's a great idea, but just throwing that out there.
Well, I have that question myself, I guess, is if we all are able to file at the same time and are at the same time with this, why would there be a need for a petition with percentages?
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming that came about because they don't have to go through the rigors of a party running. And so if everybody could file as an independent, maybe you'd have a lot, and then they get a little bit of advantage on the ballot. So for example, if you have 3 people run for a legislative seat, and the Republican and the Democrat move on and a Libertarian adds on, and if there are 10 independents that want to run for that legislative seat, they all get to be on the ballot. So I think the idea was, don't make it so easy that anybody can sign up. Let's make sure you have to go and talk to the voters and say, I would like to run and I need so many signatures to do that. Just a thought.
Yeah, and I could understand that after the primary occurs, because then you're jumping in afterwards. So you would need that percentage. But if we're talking about prior to the primary or at the same time, that'd just be my question. So.
But Mr. Chairman, on that though, they are running only in the general. So when they file, like I'm saying, if they're filing in May, like the rest of us are, then like I said, you could have 5 independents that was pretty easy, just to $25 or $100 or whatever it is to
Right.
file and just be on the general ballot. So.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. We are moving on. Go to the voting machine and voting system tests 0047.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
my name is Malcolm Irvin, Platte County Clerk. We're particularly interested in this subject of voting system tests. In fact, we requested voting system tests as an interim topic for the committee. Quite frankly, chapters 10 and 11 of the election code quite frankly, chapters 10 and 11 of the election code are in dire need of substantive review. Chapter 10 is largely outdated and contains numerous inconsistencies with chapter 11. Chapter 11 also establishes very minimal testing requirements and almost no direction for county clerks. To put it bluntly, there's a whole lot of gray area in chapters 10 and 11. Our hope is to someday partner with a working group to seriously review and revamp chapters 10 and 11 of the election code. We do like, by the way, Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to the House bill that happened in 2025. And that'll hit a lot of our comments and concerns. And so if that Standing Committee Amendment was considered, it would solve a lot of our heartache. On this bill specifically, we support the efforts of the bill to reconcile a key difference found in Chapter 10 and 11. In 2210-108B, current language says inspection of voting machines may begin 2 weeks before an election. 2211-104B III says the test shall be held at least 2 weeks before the election. That inconsistency in language caused some counties to test exactly 2 weeks before the primary and general elections. We appreciate and agree with the change on page 3 of the bill, which provides consistency and will require all counties to begin testing at least 2 weeks before the election. An important component of the bill is codifying the practice of county clerks to conduct a public test of equipment. The statute as written really only requires that political parties are notified and be afforded the ability to be present for those tests. However, county clerks have ensured that these tests are open to the public. This bill would require further notification requirements, which is fine by us. We would respectfully request, however, that the 5-day notice be reduced to 24 hours. I don't like making that request and firmly believe that all clerks will provide as much notice as possible, but there are circumstances where the 5-day notice may be difficult to provide. Special meetings for county commissioners and town councils only require 8 hours notice. And so again, we would provide as much notice as possible, but the election timeline is very tight. As you will hear many times, 26 calendar days are what separate state canvass in the 2026 primary election to the day ballots have to be in our hand for the 2026 general election. Unforeseen circumstances, like not receiving ballots when expected, may make that 5-day notice difficult to provide. We appreciate the sentiment and will resolve to provide as much notice as possible, but out of an abundance of caution, we require a 24-hour notice. Mr. Chairman, if that notification period were agreeable to the committee, that change would also be made on page 5, line 21. Realistically, this bill is more of a transparency effort. The bill makes clear that tests of voting equipment are open to the public and requires notices to be delivered and posted. Currently, electronic voting systems are tested publicly, but there are a couple of things I think the committee needs to know. First, each clerk is performing a series of tests ahead of the public test. And second, space limitations and the necessity to ensure security of the equipment are very real. These limitations may reduce the number of folks that can be in attendance at a single time, and it is incumbent upon us as county clerks to maintain order to assure voting equipment is not tampered with. On my first point, testing internally is important. While counties are completing ballot layout, they will need to do quality control along the way. Let me give you an example in Platte County. In 2023, I utilized a new ballot printer who was located in Wheatland. I asked that printer to print one of each ballot style so I could run those ballots through the equipment to ensure that they were acceptable. This quality control test ensured that the printer's specifications were in line with the equipment's requirements. I don't believe the purpose of this bill is to require those types of internal control measures to be halted, but after some chatter I heard in 2024, I wanted to make sure we were open about those practices and that you were fully aware. Next is the matter of test certifications. The electronic voting systems are the property of the counties and selected for use by the county commissioners. Though that selection is limited to the systems that are in use by the Secretary of State or certified for use by the Secretary of State. When clerks complete their public test, a certification is filled out and filed in the office of the county clerk, and a copy transmitted electronically to the Secretary of State. On page 4, lines 1 and 2, that filing requirement is flip-flopped. Rather than the new language on lines 1 and 2, we would request that after the word clerk, you insert a copy shall be submitted to the Secretary of State. And again, Mr. Chairman, that is in the Standing Committee Amendment. Next, on page 7, line 4, after the word overvote, there should be inserted the words if possible. When no one files for an office, and as such, only write-ins are listed on the ballot. We cannot overvote those races. It is just not possible. Because the number of write-in spaces matches the number of vote for. So if it's a vote for one, there's one write-in, there's no way to overvote that. If somebody were to file, you could mark both ovals, and then of course it'd be an oval or overvote. And so we think if possible needs to be inserted. And this is also the case for express votes. Overvoting is not possible on the express vote. Again, we would request if possible be inserted after overvote on line 4. Although this is not part of the bill, I wanted to provide you all with some information. After the passage of the Help America Vote Act, or HAVA, the Election Assistance Commission was developed and implemented the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines, known as VVSG. VVSG are a set of principles and standards for election equipment as determined by the EAC. Although no state is required to follow those standards, hence the name voluntary, 38 states and the District of Columbia use some aspect of the federal testing and certification program in addition to state-specific testing and certification. 18 states and District of Columbia require testing of some federal standards, but not necessarily all aspects of VVSG. 25 states require testing by a federally accredited laboratory, and only 11 states, require full federal certification either through statute or rule, and Wyoming is one of those. I think there's some concern that the equipment we're using is not certified for use in Wyoming, and it still is, Mr. Chairman. And lastly, I want to just cover really quick, go off my script. We've heard a lot, there's a discussion around the state about county clerks not performing their tests in conformance with the law. You heard Secretary Gray talk about in 2024 primary, 21 of 23, he sent letters to asking for retests. He said 19 of those did do that retest. But Mr. Chairman, one of the things we've heard is people say we're not testing every ballot style. And what they're talking about in that presentation is that ballot style is the printing method. So the ballot on demand, those printed for use on election day, and the express vote cardstock. This is a lot of the gray area in Chapter 11, which is, number one, ballot style is not defined, but in our world, ballot style are those splits that we have. So you have district, precinct, and split for your special districts or your municipalities. Those are ballot styles. If the intent is that we're testing every printing method, that's what it should say. But to us, ballot style means those ballots that would be available for voting on election day, if that makes sense. And so there's a lot of clarification that needs to be done in Chapter 11. This is a great start. And if at some point this committee chose to take this on as I think an interim topic all to itself, quite frankly, we would be happy to be there and assist. And with that, I would answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, let's move on to 0048.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Mary Langford, and I have the honor of representing the county clerks and to discuss 048. This bill, the elections acceptable identification revisions, was in the 25 legislative session, and it was House Bill 206, along with another bill that had to do with the student IDs. In Wyoming, Medicare and Medicaid insurance cards are the only in-person voter ID that is acceptable to be produced immediately before voting that has no photo. They are currently slated to be repealed on December 31st, 2029. This bill will expedite that repeal to July 1, 2026. So who are these voters? They're seniors, they're veterans, there's voters whose documents have been destroyed due to unseen for circumstances. They can be the handicapped community, and there may be others. The issue with the student IDs, proper names are not uniformly used statewide by our colleges and school districts. Students have other documents like driver's licenses that they could use for voter ID. Our concern: the clerks have done some recent research on current use of Medicare and Medicaid cards, and it's difficult to know how many exactly will be affected. In reviewing the 2024 election season, it could be as small as several hundred qualified electors statewide. Unlike student IDs, these qualified electors have no other forms of ID, and it may be difficult for them to get a government issued photo ID. However, even if it is just one qualified elector who is denied their right to vote, this is unacceptable. In other states, accommodations have been determined to assist those without photo ID by means of declarations or an array of other documents providing proof of identity. This could be a workable solution for Wyoming voters. County Clerks Association would be supportive of other documents that would allow this small group of qualified electors to vote. So we have seniors, veterans, documents destroyed in short notice may still need to be accommodated. Medicare and Medicaid cards, again, sunset on December 31st, 29. The issue with the student IDs, proper names are not uniformly used statewide, and the effective date on this bill should be June 1 of 2026, and we would recommend that. One recommendation, few other recommendations, is just to allow the Medicare Medicaid cards to sunset and have a unified, concerted effort with public education emphasizing photo IDs for this group of people until the sunset date. So from now until 2029. We need uniformity statewide for student IDs to be acceptable with proper names if they want to continue to use those credentials for voter ID. We also recommend that we have a backstop. There are examples from other states, and I'm sure you'll hear from others in the room, for those few voters who cannot produce a photo ID, but who should not be disenfranchised and denied the right to vote. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Questions? Yes, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a constituent reach out this afternoon, and her question is this. I'm curious what benefit there would be to excluding expired driver's licenses as a form of ID. Many elderly voters who no longer drive certainly have valid, real photo IDs, which obviously have gone through the scrutiny of validating citizenship. My mother, 87, is a clear example. This law would make her ineligible to vote. My question to you is, Mary, what do you see as the problem of allowing what she says would work for her mom, which is she's not driving anymore, but she's got a driver's license? Would that qualify? The way I read the bill, it would not.
Ms. Langford?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, it would not, because it needs to be current according to what, as opposed to expired. But they are able, when you receive your driver's license renewal, WYDOT puts at the bottom of that letter that you receive, indicates to you that you can receive a free Wyoming ID, which you get at the same place you get at the driver's license place. That would give you the same credential that you would need to be able to vote and would take care of that situation. And that was the intent, I believe, at the time when they put the sunset on the Medicare and Medicaid cards to say, okay, you can move to this as time goes on, because as you know, folks quit driving and they don't renew their driver's license. They've had to provide all the real ID information. So that takes care of the citizenship and residency issues. And they can do that, but there are those that are going to get lost in through the cracks. And those are some of the folks that we're concerned about. Is there are folks that have been voting maybe their entire life, and they now don't have a current ID. Can we get them to WYDOT? Maybe, maybe not. Can we get them someplace else where they can get a photo ID? That Wyoming ID is their best answer. But that's one of the concerns that we have, is that we're going to lose some folks.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just to expand a little bit, the bill as written would not say that we couldn't take an expired driver's license. The amendment that was proposed by the secretary would. That would mean expired driver's licenses, ID cards would not be acceptable. I will tell you that new registered voters will have to provide proof of residency and citizenship, of course, and if they use their Wyoming driver's license or ID card, the rules specifically say it has to be an unexpired driver's license or ID card. And so the change in this bill, if you were to consider unexpired IDs or driver's licenses, the effect would be on long-term voters, realistically. Those who were registered previously remained registered because they continued to vote. So that would be the realistic effect if that was considered. But of course, we would encourage folks to go get an ID card if that is the case.
Follow up, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I just wonder what the end game is. If this, it sounds like this constituent of mine would have a lot of difficulty getting her mom to YDOT to try to get one of those IDs. And so then that, I circle back and go, well, what exactly are we doing here? I mean, my dad, we just lost him a handful of years ago, and he was in a facility and we couldn't have gotten him down to the driver's license place, but you know, thankfully we were still able to help him vote. That's not a question, I'm sorry, but I'm just struggling to get my arms around why these restrictions.
And I would follow up with this question because I do think the Wyoming ID was created just specifically for this purpose. And its expiration actually goes, I believe, 10 years, or am I wrong?
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't talk about the expiration date on the ID card, but I do know that if you're obtaining an ID card for the purposes of voter ID, that it's free to that individual. And so there shouldn't be that cost barrier. And just so you know, it's a policy consideration you have to make. On the implementation side, that constituent that we may have to turn away at the polling place, someday they're going to get to you. Someday they're going to light you up about it. But I do ask you to keep in mind, they're lighting up the election judge on the day of. So there is that implication. But again, that's a policy consideration for you all to make. But just know that those election judges are the ones that are fielding that constituent's complaint on election day.
And I think just to comment, the matter is not to prevent somebody from voting. I don't think we create laws to do that. But if there are options for them to present a photo ID and many options, I think that's important. And the Wyoming ID is a critical piece of that. So, okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Freeze has her hand raised again.
Ms. Freeze, yes.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, so a couple things to consider on this. I think one of the things that was mentioned that at the polls on election day, they would get a provisional ballot and then they have until the next day at 5 o'clock to rectify that. I had a candidate over the last election, lost his wallet the night before he went to election, and he had nothing except his, he has a copy of his Medicare, not copy, he had his Medicare card at home, but his wallet with his driver's license he had lost. And so that was the only way he got to vote. He was actually a candidate. So number two, so what if you go to the driver's license division and they give you the little paper? So today I go and I get that, and tomorrow I want to go vote. Is that going to be considered original? So just some thoughts.
Yes, Representative Heft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my line of work, the paper copy has your photo on it and it is considered a valid ID. It could be used for voting also. Plus Mr. Chairman, the ID card is good for 8 years.
Oh, thank you very much for finding that out. All right. Any other questions? Okay, we will move on to the election transparency 0049. If you have any comments on the omnibus election.
Mr. Chairman, we've obviously addressed a number of the comments. To my left is Deborah Lee. She's the Laramie County Clerk. If you would allow her to talk about the pen and paper ballot component. I know it was sponsored last meeting, and so totally up to you. Really, the only, as the Secretary said, the only piece that hasn't been talked about is lowering of the absentee ballot period from 28 to 21 days. We would advocate that it remain at the 28 days. Just a couple of years ago, we moved from 45 to 28. And the issue at the time was we tried to shorten that window, which did help on some administrative aspects, but then mail was not sorted in Wyoming, or at least there were proposals. And so we're having some issues, I'll be honest with you. So we would advocate to leave it 28 days at this point. We think that's a good middle ground, quite frankly.
All right, thank you. And I think the pen and paper will cover tomorrow morning, as the chairman indicated.
I think that was harvesting, Mr. Chairman.
Was it?
Yeah, it's 42, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, this goes back to that anxiety we were talking about, the number of bills out there.
Oh, yes.
They're hard to keep track in committee. Imagine if they're passed.
Okay, if you have a comment about that.
There. Mr. Chairman, Deborah Lee, Laramie County Clerk. Before I talk about the pen and paper issue, I wanted to, on page 8 of this draft bill, line 1, and this is an existing statute where it says that the early voting has to be can be in one or more public buildings or for the satellite. Polling places don't have to be in public buildings. And I find this restriction that it has to be in a public building pretty limiting. So I would ask your consideration to remove that. Because there aren't that many public buildings that we would be able to set up early voting in. I also think that on line 6, beginning, I would just leave the current language allowed for absentee voting. I don't think you need to repeat that a specific time period when it's clear what the period is. And I support our Clerk Irvin's comment about further limiting this period. It's really going to hurt people who depend on mail service, because that's the only way they can get a mail ballot is through the U.S. Post Office. So that is really going to hurt them, especially in rural areas. Now, on the pen and paper issue, as you know, we're a county that uses exclusively ballot marking devices for in-person voting. And this is a method we've used for decades. And for us to have to upend our system, and it will upend it, is going to, I just don't even know how we would begin to do it. We will have to get new equipment. We'll have to learn how to use that equipment. We'll have to completely change our operational plan. We'll have to acquire additional warehouse facilities because we would not have the space for the additional materials we would need to go to a pen and paper system. As Clerk Irvin has said, this is the first quarter of the game and we're changing the rules, and we are your biggest county. We account for 18% of all registered voters and we're growing. So to do this to us at this stage, it's a recipe for chaos and disaster.
All right, questions? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, we are running time deficit here. So if there's anybody in the room that would like to speak to these bills, what I'd like you to do is come up and fill the chairs. And keep your comments, especially if it's already been illustrated by either Secretary of State or the clerks, or past testimony on these bills. But please give your comments, and I'm going to limit them to about 5 minutes to cover all of the bills. So we'll start from you, the gentleman to the left. Please identify yourself, and we'll just go straight across.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'm Brian Miller. I'm the chairman of the Wyoming Republican Party. And I wasn't planning on coming and talking today because I thought we'd have lots of things were going to be covered very well, and they have been. But I do want to make a few small comments as we go through based on things I heard. This bill, the first bill, 41, this bill is of high interest across the nation, and it will improve the confidence of early voting process. So we would support that bill.
And just, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We need to know, we passed 41 at our last meeting.
Well,
I know.
LSO 41.
We did though. We corrected that with our minutes.
Okay. On the ballot drop boxes? I thought we talked
Yes.
about that earlier today.
But we appreciate your support.
All right, we support that one. All right.
Not all of us
42.
voted for it, but it was passed by
Gotcha.
this committee.
42. This is another one that builds the confidence of the early voting process. The party would support that one as well. 43 is I'll say the same comment. So I'm getting through them pretty quick. Builds the confidence in our election process. Something that has had some very serious, taken some very serious hits over the last 2 or 3 election cycles. 44, this one, the County Clerks Association, I heard that they agreed with this bill, and I believe it will rebuild confidence of the voting public, and I think it should be one that gets supported. The poll watchers, this one I've got a little more to say on. Because this one greatly impacts the political parties in the state, not just the Republican Party, but all the parties. Poll watchers greatly enhance the public's confidence in our elections. Poll watchers act as unpaid observers who represent the electorate directly. Poll watching is a service that is provided to the voters at little to no cost to the taxpayer. On page 4, there are some comments there about poll watchers in particular, worried about them being close enough to hear and see what's going on. A poll watcher cannot do their job if they can't monitor and check off the names as they're doing their job. A key role of political parties is to help get the vote out. Being a poll watcher and tracking who's there so you can call halfway through the day and say, hey, we got folks that, why aren't you out voting? That is a big thing that poll watching can help assist in, getting out the vote for the public. To deny that ability is to limit our ability to help get the vote out. Some general comments that I had. We'd heard that the poll watchers are there to monitor people. That's not true. The poll watchers are there to observe the process, not monitor the people voting. I've had judges, election judges, refuse to even set a place for poll watchers. That was noted earlier that, oh, they always had, they should have a place, they will have a place to stay or to be, but that's not necessarily true. I've had some put them all the way across the room where they couldn't even be close to hear or see anything. I've had hundreds of voters express gratitude, write letters, come and talk to us in Sheridan County when I was the chair up there, saying they were very pleased that people were out there watching. It built confidence in the elections because they knew we were out there watching and helping, mostly because a lot of them are the poll watchers. The Amendment 2 that was noted, right, that talked about all written reports to the state. Our county party must be given to the county clerks. I would say all final reports, because a lot of things are taken care of before they ever get to anybody else. And I ask, well, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go down that one. The last thing I have is there's a concern about the big polling stations and people being people having concerns about going to an event, being intimidated by poll watchers and the process now. I think that has a lot more to do with consolidating polling places. And we can get back to the days of local precinct members knowing their people if polling centers aren't the way we do business. Polling centers make things very impersonal. And when things are impersonal, people get angry, they get testy. So people in the crowds don't like it. They don't like standing in lines forever. Sheridan, we had one line at the fairgrounds that it took an hour and a half to get through. They had 2 voting machines and 6 or 8 precincts. Thousands and thousands of people trying to get through there. And it got a little testy, but it wasn't the poll watchers because we only had 1 in the whole facility. So that's all I have for that one. Moving on to 46. This one's a big deal. I know everyone talks about the primary. The primary process in and of itself, and I tend to agree, Mr. Chairman. I concur that the primary process has kind of corrupted the election process over the years, going back to the 1850s, actually, when the primaries first started up. The 14th Amendment applies across the board to all parties and all candidates. Right now, the way the Wyoming primaries are set up, they violate the 14th Amendment, in my opinion, because the major parties have to do something completely different than everybody else does. We have to go through a primary process. I did some numbers last night just to figure out what it costs, because I've heard a judge even recently said, the rules the state puts on the party are not burdensome. Well, when you look at the number of partisan elections across the state and the people who run for those, if you just take one person running for each of those, not 2 people running against each other, and you add up the average costs of each of those individuals running through a primary, with 3 federal seats, 5 state seats, about 90 county seats that come up every election cycle, about 15 or 16 senators every election cycle, 62 representatives each time, and you run the average costs for them in a primary, not the general, the primary, you're pushing $4 million that is put on the parties and the candidates to do their job. These folks that come in as independents, as Constitution Party, and all the other minor parties that are out there, libertarian parties, they don't have to go through what the Republican and Democrat parties have to because we're major parties. That is a 14th Amendment issue. And I like you to keep that in mind as we go through this, as you look at these bills. Same thing. Last thing I'll say there, lastly, it is a fact that the founding fathers did, it is a fact that founding fathers did actually envision political parties. And the fact that they noted that, like elections, they are prone to corruption over time. Unless men and women of goodwill and moral character participate in the process, they will become corrupt. So it's up to the people to keep them from being corrupted over time. The last thing I'll note is regarding this bill is just the numbers or where we're sitting. The numbers, the registered voters in Wyoming as of October, according to the Secretary of State's website, 77.2% of the registered voters are Republican, 11.6% are Democrat, 9.5% are unaffiliated. And the other parties, Constitution, Libertarian, and all others, make up 1.7% when you're looking at this. The burden that is placed on the parties by this, by the primary process in general, is primarily piled on one party. 2, because the Democrat Party is a major political party. But nonetheless, there is a huge advantage to not having to go through that process, whether it be monetary or just getting the snot beat out of you by another candidate out there. That's all I have for that one. 47, I agree that the testing increases clarity, rigor. There have been multiple complaints and lawsuits at the center of the interpretation versus inked requirements that can be measured and validated. So please, really consider passing good, strong, this bill as a election voting machine and voting system testing bill. Number 48, voter ID is a key issue. The only thing I'll say here is it was said that having just one ineligible vote or one eligible voter be denied their right to vote is unacceptable. I asked this, while I still agree with that, I asked this, how many ineligible votes cast or can be cast before that becomes unacceptable. I think the numbers are pretty equal. And the last bill, I'll just say, we would support this bill, that's number 49, as it will increase voter confidence in the election system. And I stand for any questions.
Right, questions? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Miller, appreciate you coming here. I mean, I think it's good to have representation from the parties being here. I'm curious with the polling stations. So you say that one of the root causes is the consolidation of polling stations into poll centers. From my understanding, a lot of that happened because of cost cutting. Would you support being able to fund more polling stations? And should it be on the county level or should the state do that? How would we go back to having precinct centers instead of vote centers?
I could take a long time to talk about how we could go back and do that. What I'll say very quickly is I think the population, the voters would prefer not to go to a building at Sheridan, the fairgrounds is the example, the biggest example. And I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I should address you as we go through this process. The fairgrounds, when you have 6 or 8 precincts, whatever we had up there, and a couple of those precincts had over 2,000 people in those precincts, it gets crowded really quick. They did come up with a really great way for the general election to go through and solve the problems they had in the primary election this last time. But people were not happy that they stood in lines for a very, very long time. Part of the problem was that they said we just didn't have enough election judges. The statute already states that the parties are to provide names for the county clerks to utilize for election judges. In Sheridan County, the last election, the first time we were ever actually able to do that, by the way, in the last 10 years that I know of, is I've been part of the party up there. We provided nearly 120 names to fill 108 positions. We could have filled a whole lot more positions. I could have got more names, but they told me 108. So if we're not going to do 120, we can cover everything if we have to. Bottom line, it's the complaints were a little bit about costs because more machines and more places, but it's really more about personnel. A county should be able to provide the personnel. We used to be able to do it all the time. For poll watching, we provided about the same number of people for poll watching. If you ask them, they will come. That's the way it's worked, and that's the way it has worked in the past, and I think that's the way it'd be now. When people are given a responsibility, they will come out and they will participate. Especially now, with the level of belief in our system being solid is a bit on the low side. I think they will come out in numbers, and I think you'll see that.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, next.
Thank you, and I apologize for my phone ringing. My name is Jill Kaufman. I'm from Platte County, and I'm a business owner. I don't have a fancy title. I just pay a lot of taxes. I'm here to, I guess, just give you one question and then a summary. The one question of all these wonderful bills that we worked through, which one would have stopped Weston County? Not one. We need to get really serious about the purity of our vote. We've been traveling around the state and finding people so distraught with their vote. We need to hear them as well. One of the things that I would encourage, if you relook at these bills and repeal, I believe it's Title 10, the voting machines, and anything that's association to it, and go back to hand counting. And hand counting is not that expensive. Hand counting would be replacing and bringing back communities. So that's all I have to say is, number one, which of these bills would have actually helped Chip Nyman in his race? Not one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Any questions? Yes, Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, so Ms. Kaufman, do we need to pass any of these bills if they don't actually fix problems that we're actually facing? And Wyoming.
Thank you,
Ms. Cobb.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the question. If we do not remove the machines, then we do need to leave these bills in to protect some of the periphery of the problems that we have, but we will still have the same problems in our elections otherwise with the machines. And I do want to give you kudos for coming to, at least showing up at the end and getting a chance to talk with the presenter. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. All right, next. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. I am Gail Simmons with Civics 307 and Why Vote. My expertise in the U.S. Navy and General Electric included data-based process improvement. As a result, I am on and against all of these, with a very narrow exception on 26 LSO 0044. I'm going to do all of them at once. I didn't break them out by individual bills. These leftovers from the 2025 legislative session are no more palatable from being held for 10 months and then reheated for current consumption. All of these bills are based on facts, not in evidence. They rely on assumption, supposition, speculation, conjecture, fallacy, unsubstantiated theories, baseless claims, and debunked conspiracy theories. Not one shred of evidence of systemic flaws in existing processes have been presented that warrants the outsized negative impact on voting and election administration. Legitimate challenges to these restrictions and prohibitions based on lack of evidence are routinely met with the fear that something might happen in the future. That is an absurd reason to place limitations on voting rights. What would be realistic is to have the experts on Wyoming elections complete a methodical evaluation of current processes and procedures to identify any risks or gaps that need to be addressed, and then close any identified gaps with surgical precision instead of a shotgun blast. Those experts are the county clerks and their staffs, not the Secretary of State, not the political parties, not the fandom for every election conspiracy theory bubbling up from our out-of-state actors. While the avid proponents for these bills may not be interested in facts, research, or evidence, ignoring these do not make them cease to exist, nor create where they do not exist. On hand counts, and I sent you a handout, there is unambiguous evidence. They are less accurate, less reliable, more time consuming, dramatically more expensive, and logistically unsustainable. The only exception is that 26 LSO 044, which should be stripped down to nothing except a change to 22-14-114 to allow for hand counting, but only in circumstances prescribed in statute. That was the piece, that was the choke point on going back and doing some hand counts in very specific areas in Weston County. So right now, no hand counts are allowed. And so that would, if it's prescribed in statute, would allow very pointed use of those. But again, very pointed. On independent candidates, apparently the current lack of competition in November from the primary elections is still too much. So it is necessary to put additional barriers to independent candidates. The closed primary election is a statutory privilege granted to major parties funded by the public and should not be used as a basis for further state-sanctioned ballot monopoly. I would also point out that affiliation is not a basis. On poll watchers, at what point in our governance did the accommodation and rights of poll watchers and political parties become more important than that of voters? Voting machine and system tests. There is no indication or evidence to support changing testing frequency and processes. Voter ID revisions. Voter impersonation impersonation is the rarest form of election fraud. Just one piece of data from 2000 to 2014, 31 nationwide, 31 allegations out of 1 billion ballots. I do not think this is something that is worth the effort that's going into it. How many voters use these Medicare and Medicaid as their voter ID? Nobody knows. Instead of prematurely sunsetting, have the clerks gather the names of those who use the ID in the 2026 elections, both of them. We will not only then know how many are impacted, but we can work with them to get a Wyoming ID and then sunset in 2027. So then the people who've been voting for a long, long time are not disenfranchised. On the election calendar, in a recognition of the additional time required for hand counts, the primary election is proposed to be scheduled 2 weeks early to provide a week to complete counts and recounts without altering final certification at the state level. This also backs up other dates, including filing at the beginning of May instead of middle May, and so on. Reducing the absentee ballot period from 28 days to 21 days on the ever-increasing use of this voting capability and the concerns about postal delivery service. More demands, but we're going to reduce it from 4 weeks to 3. Electronic ballot marking machines. The prohibition of electronic ballot marking machines as the standard in Laramie County flies directly in the face of the overwhelming popularity with the voters of Laramie County. And I know that 3 of your members are in Laramie County and their own voters. I think it was something like 80 to 85% like that. It is especially ironic that the accuracy of this voting method exceeds that of manual ballots, pen and ink and paper. It eliminates printing costs and, to her point, would have prevented the ballot errors that occurred in Weston County. The comments about the decrease in confidence reminds me of the man who murdered his parents and then threw himself on the mercy of the court because he is an orphan. We're losing confidence because we are always talking about how people don't have confidence. Finally, in sum, this slate of proposed bills restricts voter rights, undermines the premise of free and fair elections, and fixes that which is not broken, all in the supposed name of election integrity. In the Navy, we used to say, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it is probably a duck. Every time someone says election integrity, I hear quack. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Gail. Next.
There we go. I'm on. Name is Pete Fox from Casper, Natrona County. I stand in.
Can you pull that a little closer to you, Pete?
Thank you,
There you go.
Mr. Chairman. I stand in support for all of these bills. I believe the work that your committee has done over the last several months is spectacular. The months, the hours spent on all these various questions to balance all of these views. I think you folks have done an amazing job. Thank you. In particular, I support 43 and 44 for the hand counting and the recounts. So what I tried to provide the committee in mid-July, we performed a hand count pilot in Natrona County in cooperation with Gillette and also Sheridan. And what we did is we tried to look at the precincts. I took my precinct as a committee man. We polled about 100 people. Out of the 100 people, we had 4 that wanted to spend a couple Saturdays counting ballots. Simply 50 ballots for the precinct, the preliminary elections in 2024. The next Saturday were 50 ballots from the general election. And we figured out how much time does it take? How accurate are we? How many people does it take? What's the cost? Put it together in an Excel spreadsheet, send it to each committee member and several other legislatures within Natrona County and our commissioners and whatnot as just a simple data point. How accurate is it? So, okay, so the machine count in Weston County, that was a snafu, sure. That was a 76% error rate with our machines. The hand counting that we did had an overall error rate of 0.15% across 2,100 votes. It's just a data point, but it's only 0.15. All of that error occurred in the first 500 votes that we counted. So if we simply took the first 500 votes and slid that into the training exercise, it's only an hour's additional training, we would have eliminated all of our errors. We would have been error-free. So hand counting, I don't see as being this massive effort that's going to be so problematic as far as being accurate. The cost is not small. The effort is not small. However, at this point, let me just see if anyone has seen this book. I just got this. It's only a few weeks old. And what this is, Stolen Elections from Ralph Pazula, this outlines what appears to be the information that the Trump team is looking at as far as election integrity. How does Venezuela fit into this process? All of the elections that they took, this is firsthand information taken from folks that wrote the program in Venezuela that helped two whistleblowers outline exactly what's happening with their election. From what they're showing, 72 countries have their elections directly impacted with the computer software and hardware that we're using in our nation. 72 countries. That includes North America, Central America, South America. The drug cartels are the ones that own and operate and control the software. And now for the first time, according to what the whistleblowers are saying here, for the first time, we actually have a copy of that software. And folks are looking at it directly. And I would imagine come 2026, for our federal elections, there may be a strong component, that's just Pete Fox thinking. There may be a strong component for doing hand counts or something dramatically different for our federal elections coming up in 2026, based on this information. I would recommend taking a look at this information. Buy it, read it, see what you think, but it may be impacting our elections substantially in the very near future. And with that, I'll stay for questions.
Any questions from the committee?
Thank you very much.
None? Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to, I appreciate the gentleman's testimony, but we need more than that. You know, it's a little bit like the chemtrails discussion in the Ag Committee the other day. So there seem to be people that are just absolute believers and people that aren't. And it's going to take a lot more than coming in and bringing a book and, you know, saying, throwing out the word Venezuela and all these other elections and drug cartels to be proof. It really, really does take more than that. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Joey Corretti, I'm a member of the Canvassing Board in Carbon County. It was requested that I be as quick as possible. I cut it down by 50%. It's still going to take a while. I'll focus on the bills, though, and what's in them. I'm going to start with LSO 43. The audit, the draft itself proposes an audit of one whole precinct, and there was an amendment. I don't know if the person's going to present it for 10% of the precincts. And unfortunately, we're still operating in Wyoming under an AG opinion from 2020 that held that Article 6, Section 1 makes secrecy of the ballot voter privacy compulsory. That actually leads to the current language of the existing statute we're talking about, 22-6-130, which was adopted in 2023. And that restricts the physical digital review of a full precinct's worth of ballots if it has a certain number of ballots being identifiable to a person. So any draft proposal that says we're going to look at a single, entire, or a full precinct picked at random may run afoul of that compulsory voter secrecy or voter privacy ballot secrecy that we have to practice as Canvas board members. When I do an audit, we do run into precincts that have splits that do not have enough ballots for us to legally be able to look at, constitutionally be able to look at. And so we take the number of ballots that we're supposed to count there that is given to us by the University of Wyoming's program, and we move that number to the next precinct that we can count. And I've been dealing with this before it was a law, back when it was just a directive and a rule from the former Secretary of State. We have always honored this. We also have a new Attorney General. We haven't requested specific updates to, do you still agree with this as the Attorney General? And here are the other questions we have that weren't answered in the last opinion. So if we're going to pick precincts at random, first of all, give credit to the Secretary of State. We're going to bring kids in and it's going to be a fun civics day. But there's no provisions anywhere in our election code that says we're allowed to utilize children, with the exception of children that are 16 years old who are sworn as election judges as a representative of the party. That's one. And if I have to believe that we put that into statute to recognize these are the only individuals who are not possibly qualified electors that we would allow to engage in our election practices. If it's a random selection, I don't know how to qualify or quantify random, but what if a randomly selected precinct cannot be audited because it has less than that number? We have no mechanism for shifting that random selection. What happens when the randomly selected precinct has 0 ballots? Even our largest voter turnout county, Laramie County, does have a precinct that in the general and primary last year returned 0 ballots. Do we accept that as the number to satisfy the intent of having audits and looking at ballots? It does happen. It has happened. I don't know if it's been passed out, but I did print off a reflection of the last 2 elections, the primary and the general from 2024. And this is based off if we did 10% of the precincts in the county and they were randomly selected. And it shows the largest turnout precincts for each county, the median, the mean, and the smallest. And this shows that in every election, or both elections we had last year, there's a mathematic possibility that a random selection of precincts could turn out selecting the 3 or 10% most visited precincts in the smallest counties, and the 3 or 10% or whatever they end up being precincts in the largest counties, which means in Niobrara we would audit 398 ballots, but in Laramie County we'd only audit 106. So I don't like the concept of random. I don't know about how we do random and what we do if we can't count what is selective randomly or there's nothing there. So I think we need to enhance the language to either allow for a different method that can be quantified or a method that can be shifted to. Also, throughout a lot of these bills, especially on hand counting, there is rulemaking to satisfy any of the concerns, the issues, the processes. Well, as Chairman Knapp and Representative Locke and their newest member over there on management audit, President Dockstetter now knows, there's a bill coming about major rulemaking, and it has some thresholds and it has some implications. And one of the thresholds is a $200,000 threshold. Anytime you're doing anything that has that impact, it immediately goes into this new framework of a major rulemaking process. The other 2 hand count bills have an appropriation request of exactly $200,000. This one has no appropriation request. I don't know if that bill will pass, none of us do, but we're now in a position where we're having good work of the legislature over here to do the right thing for Wyoming that may impact the realistic expectation of this being able to be implemented on the good work of the legislature over here. We can pass these bills, but if there is that rulemaking presence with an impact of $200,000 or more, we may find at the end of the session, we wanted to do this for the 2026 election, but we can't because we now have this process that we've just brought in for the rulemaking. Lastly, based on the process that was laid out in the rulemaking efforts, what is the statutorily authorized alternative or redundancy if a county has been selected to do this precinct and those rules have finally been made and we know what it takes? Right now, we don't know what the requirements for hand counters are, and the county clerk or the county itself cannot produce that. We've used all of our people as election judges and poll watchers and all of these extra things we're throwing out there. We don't have the people volunteering. Or we have the people volunteering, but we have exhausted this budget conducting an election where the people of Wyoming have decided to take another 50% tax cut. So we definitely can't do it next time. There's no alternative method when it's directed from outside, Secretary of State, the candidate, any of these things, when the county just can't. And that might be fixed by rulemaking. It might be, we are going to have a statewide certified hand counting team that's going to come in from Gillette or Cheyenne. We have to figure that out. We have to make some of those guardrails possibly in the statutes for all of these bills, saying it will be at least this. It will be members of the electorate of the county that's doing the count, or whatever it is. I don't think anyone can make a decision on this bill until we know some of those things. I'm all about doing the audits. I'm all about checking, but there are ways I think we can do it. And if you look on page 3 and 4 of the handout I gave you, there's a couple of proposed amendments that would require scrapping this entire draft and tracking in the title and the statute that we're talking about, but isn't present in the bill draft.
I have to keep you within a time limit, so
I was not given a
I
specific time
think we're
limit,
on,
Mr. Chairman.
I gave everybody 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So at this rate, you've got 2 seconds for the rest of the bills.
All right. I will send any interested members emails, and best of luck in your upcoming session.
All right, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative, good to see you again.
Good to see you. I'm Sandy Newsome. I'm from Cody and here as an individual, and I will keep it short and sweet. On the random hand counts, at your last meeting, I had a handout that suggested having a study bill on hand counting. I too, like the good senator from Casper, did a lot of research. I went to an NCSL 3-day training in Denver on my first year on this committee 3 years ago. And it was overwhelming that hand counting was less cost effective and less efficient, as well as a higher error rate. And so what I would suggest is that we do a study on hand counting to assess the cost, to assess the efficiency, and to assess the error rate. And I can resend that proposal to all of you, but it's late in the game at this point. On the polling places, on the poll watchers, I'm sorry, I would suggest that you add that they're not allowed to have phones. When I heard the chairman of my party say that they use that as a way to increase turnout, I don't believe that's the role of a poll watcher, is to call their buddies when they haven't voted yet. So I would suggest that the poll watchers not be allowed to have phones, and certainly no pictures should be taken at a polling place. As far as the Medicare acceptable identification, I was a sponsor on that bill originally, and I am one of those that really pushed to have Medicare and Medicaid cards as part of that, and certainly agreed to a sunset. And I believe that 2029 sunset is still appropriate at this point. And I also believe that hardship exemptions for those that cannot get a photo ID be considered. As far as 49, the omnibus bill, I think that those things have been, I think this is another place to bring up stuff that has already been either moved forward or disposed of. So I would suggest that that one is a little bit of overreach. So I'm opposed to that bill. I would stand for any questions.
Questions? Thank you very much. Good to see you again. All right.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. I'm Tom Laycock, AARP Wyoming Associate State Director. Mr. Chairman, we have no policy on chemtrails. We have no policy on Venezuelan elections. We have no policy on hand counting of elections, believe it or not. The one thing I'd like to talk to you about quickly is voter ID. Not to plow any new ground. We've talked about this before, you know, and if you've heard today, the clerks have told us it's a good idea to have some other alternative method for voter ID for those who, for whatever reason, struggle to get a photo ID. Now, this can be due to advanced age. It can be due, maybe they forgot their wallet or due to an emergency. Right now, Wyoming is one of 46 states that have such provisions. That list was provided for you this summer. If you care to remove Medicare cards, but want to offer some other backstop, we have some recommendations, and I actually brought 3 options. I never want to bring you a problem without actually bringing some fixes for you. I've shared statutory wording from other states in your inboxes, as well as with LSO, in case you'd like to amend the proposed bill. So the first one I'd like to talk about is wording offered in Arkansas, which is one of the states that you heard this morning might be a firm voter ID bill. We've actually been able to talk with our state offices in Wisconsin, Ohio, and Arkansas to confirm kind of what that actually looks like. But in Arkansas, we actually find that nursing home residents without a photo ID are allowed to vote at the polling place with documentation of nursing home residency provided by a long-term care facility administrator, attesting the voter is a resident of the facility. Nebraska also allows for the same provision. Now, we do think a change by Wyoming to this method would be consistent with voter registration rules found in last year's House Bill 156. If proof of nursing home residency is sufficient for registration, it seems like it should also be sufficient for voting. That does not alleviate all of our concerns about older voters who might struggle to get ID, but it would help. If you'd like that wording to this method, placing it into section 2, line 18 may work. Another option for which I've given you statutory language comes to us from Iowa. We know the Secretary is no fan of the attestation, prefers photo ID for verification. This method is a bit of a hybrid between the two. It requires an attestation by the voter, but also an attestation by someone in their precinct who has already shown photo ID at the voting site. In other words, I live in the same precinct as Mr. Rubino. We both go to Story Gym to vote, and we're standing in line. I realize I forget my wallet. I can have Mr. Rubino show his ID, and then we can both sign an attestation under penalty of perjury. And you know, for that matter, if you wanted another level of verification, you could have 2 people show a photo ID to vouch for one person. Now, the Iowa law says the second that one person vouches for, like this case, Mr. Rubino vouches for me, they're off. They can no longer vouch for anyone else. So we find that this actually works well if you're bringing in if you're the son or daughter bringing in someone who's an older adult who's struggling to get an ID. Finally, there's the Texas method that Senate corporations amended into the last year's voter ID bill. As a reminder, HB 206 left the Senate committee with a bill modeled after law in Texas, allowing voters to fill out a photo ID without a photo ID, to fill out a reasonable impediment form, which is easier to spell than say, which allows someone to give you the last 4 of the voter's social security number, the impediment that makes it difficult to get a photo ID, and any 2 of a number of documents such as birth certificate, proof of residency, or medical billing statement, showing the voter is a resident of the precinct. So those are the 3 options that I might offer. Something else that's come up a time or two that we've talked about, but just briefly, you may also consider using the state's ID card and opening up who's allowed to actually submit a photo to YDOT. So right now, one of the big problems that with the idea of using, let me back up. Right now, if I get a driver's license, I can renew that through the mail once. And the reason I can do that once is because there's a federal law that requires my photo taken every 6 years. So if you're looking for something that might work, you might consider looking into who's allowed to submit a photo to YDOT, whether it be a nursing home director, whether it be someone, a town clerk, someone along those lines. That may open things up just a little bit and hopefully satisfy the interest in a photo ID, voter ID. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Laycock. Hello, welcome.
Hello, I'm Jenny DeSaro. Thank you. I'm going to start with the independent candidate filing one. This bill is designed to stifle competition, which is not representative.
Ms. Tesaro, could you say?
Equality
who-
State Policy Center.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. And I'm also a Wyoming voter. So this stifles competition. It is not representative of Wyoming conservative values, but the behavior of fear and insecurity. In fact, research shows that behaviors aimed at removing competition rather than embracing it often stem from feelings of envy, low self-esteem, and a scarcity mindset, where success is viewed as a limited resource. This can lead to bullying, sabotage, and other destructive psychological tactics. As written, this bill is an affront to free market politics, where in our constitutional republic, the premise of competition gets we, the people, the best representation. In Wyoming's 2024 general election, 77% of state legislative races were uncontested. We are failing in what scholars call competitive discovery process. Political competition compels candidates to be more responsive to the public's diverse preferences, transforming self-interest into socially beneficial outcomes. There are 3 ways to get onto the general ballot in Wyoming: the major party primary election, the minor party nomination via convention, and a nomination by petition, which this bill is targeting. Candidate competition is essential for our free market culture. So let's simplify the nomination petition statute and perhaps entice candidates. I propose that we fix this bill by replacing cumbersome formula with a simple number such as 25. So on page 5, okay, yeah, so page 5, line 10, after than, delete the line through 12 and replace with 25 eligible signatures. And the same thing on page 17, line 10, after than, delete through line 19 and replace with 25 eligible voters or signatures. On page 6, line 1, after than, delete through the end of line 3 and replace with 25 eligible signatures. Page 6, line 6, after than, delete through end of the sentence on line 10 and replace with 25 eligible signatures. Given Wyoming's track record, this bill would be successful if Wyomingites saw 75% of our legislative seats challenged with 2 candidates on the general election ballot in the future. That said, if Wyoming saw an overabundance of multi-member competitive races on future general election ballots, these threshold numbers could slowly be upped. The other recommendation to make this bill better would be section 225307. The timing should remain the same with the 70 days before a general election. Let's not confuse that this is a petition, nomination for petition, not a primary election nomination. Our statute has those things already separated, and the timeline is appropriate for someone who has to go out and collect signatures. They don't have a party infrastructure that is bolstering them forward. They are doing it on their own, and it's a whole different process. So I recommend that we go back to the 70 days. Next is on page 2, I recommend striking all that's in red. Because remember, this is a nomination by petition. The condition of the individual candidate's past, current, or future political party affiliation is a moot point. The Wyoming Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, guarantees equal political rights without distinction of condition, less incompetence. Seeking a nomination by petition is a natural and civil right falling under this provision. These proposed changes will increase clarity and enforceability of the statute. It will also has the potential to increase candidate competition in the general election, giving voters more choices and encouraging candidates to be more responsive to the public they seek to represent. Competition is an essential force in moving forward, discovering new solutions, existing problems, and boosting productivity. Since 1970, William Hollard of Johnson County, Melvin Brunham, I'm so sorry if any of their family members are listening, from Niobrara County, and Jim Roscoe of House District 22 have been the only elected independent candidates to serve in the State House. There has not been a senator. This bill, without these changes that I've proposed, doesn't solve any problems. So on the next part, I will just like to I'd like to take a minute now to just let everyone know today is Election Heroes Day. And so we have some of our election heroes in the back. And actually I should have done this sooner because there's only two, but well, actually there's probably poll workers and things, but I'd like to just stand and thank all of our election workers, those who volunteer and help our elections run safely and effectively. So,
Here, come on, let's stand, come on. Come on, you guys can do it. We like those people, they're good people. Yeah, we can do that.
So thank you for that. I would like to augment that. I think the audit working group is a productive way to move forward on creating a good and effective process for our elections auditing process. So that kind of wraps in the elections for hand counting, recounts, and just do it right. And the one that the election voting machine and voting system tests, the chapter 10 and 11, like actually do it right and take the time and go through it. Don't just pull up bills that failed last session and expect them to just go through again. Or it's a redundant process. Let's do it differently so that we come up with a better and different outcome. The poll watchers one, I will say that our elections are run by volunteers who represent parties already. And so if there are people there who are balanced, they tried it really hard to make it balanced for all people. I don't know what the poll watcher does other than intimidation. At what point are they not going to be wearing guns? You know, I've been to rallies before where people are walking around with AK-47s. I have an AK-47 and I don't walk around town with it, but I think that those are intimidation tactics and it potentially opens up for a bunch of problems.
All right, any other quick comments on any of the
Yes.
bill?
The other one, I really am very, we are all, my members and us are all very concerned about changing the timeline for the absentee ballots. We would like it to stay at the 4 weeks, and that's in 49. The final thing is, that's all of my comments, but one of my colleagues is still not back, and so she has asked me to also do her comments. So I will shift and put into a different hat. So I am now no longer GYC, Equality State Policy Center. On behalf of Marguerite Herman, who is at the funeral and had to leave, this is from her. Marguerite would like to reinforce the words of the League of Women Voters President, Linda Barton, in an email sent to all of you this morning. In pursuit of election integrity, consider the damage, real and potential, these proposed changes will have on our elections in Wyoming. Voting is a right guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. To meet that guarantee, elections must be free and fair. There seems to be an attitude in these bills that some voters are expendable. The new requirements are burdensome and restrictive and unnecessary. They would do real damage to the fair and free elections that we have today, that Wyoming citizens have enjoyed for decades. She points to the mandatory shortening of early voting to 21 days, the rejection of technology that greatly increases the accuracy and efficiency and accountability of elections. Thousands of Laramie County voters trust and rely on voting with drop boxes and early county polling place and machines to mark and count ballots. Please consider the disenfranchisement that results when you pull out the drop boxes. See background data from Gail Simmons. To treat those voters as expendable inflicts a big hit to integrity and free and fair elections. Consider the burdensome bureaucracy, the watchers who have free access to be very busy, to be in a very busy area on election day. Maybe we need watchers for the poll watchers. All who reassure people that things have not gone wrong and are unlikely to go wrong will now not go wrong. Second, League of Women Voter President Barton's urge to be cautious about rolling back Wyoming's election access gains of the past several years. I would add another caution. Do any of these proposals fail to meet the standard of fixing a real serious problem? As Marguerite campaigned for office last fall, she talked with people who asserted the only good way to vote was in person on election day. Yes, that was hard for a lot of folks, but that seemed to be a very positive feature. Harder was better. Maybe a demonstration of earnest civic involvement. Maybe a way to exclude non-serious people. But I submit that harder is simply harder, not better. League of Women Voters appreciates that Wyoming does accommodate eligible voters with early and absentee access to the ballot box, maintaining security and integrity and widespread participation in our democratic republic. Before you change our election procedures, I ask, or if asked, if the alleged problems are real and substantial, then consider the fix makes things worse. And that's.
All right, questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anybody else in the room? Hello? Thank you. Please identify yourself and comment on the bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sensed your tone there, so I promise to be brief. My name is Richard Garrett. I'm a resident of Cheyenne, born in Casper, lived here most of my life. All of us agree it's the most beautiful state in the country. And I think all of us agree election integrity is critical to all that we hold dear in our state. So can't find any fault with those that are trying to reassure and ensure election integrity in the state. I'm not an expert on elections by any means. You can tell probably I voted in a lot of them. I've been a poll watcher in a few and helped hand count some ballots as well. So I've tried to do my civic duty. But like many of you, I am something of an expert on taking care of an aging parent. And as my mom aged, she found herself in a position where she was no longer able to have a driver's license, no picture ID. All she had was a social security card and a Medicare card. She would have, under this bill as drafted and under existing statute as we are now living, it would have been very difficult for her to vote. And I think that that's problematic in light of our Constitution. I think it's Section 27 that talks about free and equal elections untrammeled. And I fear that requiring a photo ID of minorities in this state is not consistent with our values. Senator Case mentioned agriculture meeting here in this very room last week, and one of those chairs very eloquently spoke about the need to protect the minorities' interests in our state. So, you know, I'm just putting down a marker, I think, at this point, because that provision sunsets in 29. I don't know how that provision is impacted by the language that's being considered in LSO 48. But I'd respectfully ask you to take another close look at it, because I know you've taken close looks at it already, and consider how we can improve access to voting for people that don't have IDs, photo IDs, but very much want to vote, and still reassure those of us that want to guarantee election integrity, that elections are, in fact, honest and fair in our beautiful state. So questions I'm happy to answer.
All right, questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have one question. Representative
Mr.
Johnson.
Chairman, it looks like we're going to be pulling all-nighter. Could we take a break for 15 minutes after this?
Yes, would you go ahead and answer that question?
No, it was no question. Yeah, I hope you'd let us take a break. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. We'll take a 5-minute break. We still have online to cover, so public testimony is very important though, and well, you might want to break first if you saw the list.
People online.
So let's take a 5-minute break.
There was 33 last time I
Oh, yeah, I am. Just not talking into it. Elena Campbell is up.
Yeah.
Hello, Ms.
Good
Campbell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm Elena Campbell from Sheridan County. We're suggesting 3 amendments on 43, the random hand counts. I believe you guys should have those in front of you. We're suggesting, I'll start with an extremely important quote from Mark Cook. He's a computer engineer and a cyber forensics analyst. Mark loves technology, it's his life, but warns us about electronics in our elections. Mark, like many of us, advocates for the abolition of electronics altogether. 0043 is a safety fallback, but it is not ideal. Quote, for the voting system to truly serve its purpose, it must be so simple and transparent that every citizen, regardless of his background, education, or technological literacy, can not only participate, but also understand and verify each step of the process. The simplicity and transparency are not just about ease of use, they are fundamental to ensuring equal access to the electoral process. If the mechanics of voting are shrouded in complexity or lack transparency, trust in the electoral outcome diminishes, eroding the foundation of our very republic. At its essence, voting involves eligible citizens marking their choices on paper, followed by a very straightforward count of these marks. And by the way, an 8 to 28% error rate is incorrect. This is counting marks on ballots with 4 people in agreement, and we'll be happy to show you the simple process. Mark continues, this process doesn't necessitate elaborate or costly technology. Instead, it demands clarity, accessibility, and the ability for the public oversight. For American citizens to genuinely reclaim their electoral process, immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative, end quote. The clerks are anxious, and so are the voters, that the election process has been removed further and further away from the voting public. So, Mr. Chairman and Senator Case, are we getting more intimidated by the voting process? Yes. There is no proof of problems, we hear. The machines do it better, we hear. Nonsense. On the contrary, we have no proof whatsoever that our votes are being counted accurately by the machines, and anyone saying differently is simply being disingenuous. You as legislators and our clerks, you must return transparency of the process to the voters, and then the anxiety will be allayed. We absolutely are ready to step up to the plate to assist our clerks in every way. As Brian Miller stated, responsibility being returned to the citizens will be enthusiastically received. Further, a move to hand counts obviates the need for most of these bills, so the clerk's anxiety can be lessened. Counting dots on paper is not rocket science. And here's an idea. How about instead of spending millions out of state with vendors for their machines and services, why don't we spend those dollars within our states to support hand count initiatives? Those dollars will be spent at home. The machines can't be certified anyway, and will be bringing in a world of hurt in litigation costs. If people insist, however, on using the machines, the following 3 are recommended amendments to 43. Number 1, instead of just 1 precinct per county, it should read on line 4, not less than 10% of the precincts in the county, rounded up to the nearest whole number as provided in this section. Number 2, there should also be a trigger event in the bill. What happens if the machine and the hand count results differ? So added language is needed at line 19. Quote, if the results of the manual hand count of physical paper ballots differ from the electronic tabulation in a manner that would affect the outcomes of any race, the county clerk shall arrange for a full manual hand count of the physical paper ballots for that race and those races across the precincts in the county. Again, we will step up to the plate. And finally, this has to do with the dates of implementation. It states currently in that bill that the secretary would adopt rules regarding the hand count audit by September 1st. Instead, we recommend changing that to July 1st in time for our primaries, which are so crucial in the state. I do hope these amendments will be made to 43 to strengthen this bill. Thank you, and I will yield for your questions.
Questions from the committee? None? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell.
Very welcome. Good night.
And anybody that is waiting out there online too, if you could start by raising your hand if you'd like to be admitted for testimony.
Mr. Chairman, we have Rick Wilby. He's just been promoted.
Okay, Rick, I think it's Rick Weibel. Rick, can you hear us? Okay, Rick, if you can unmute, can you hear us?
Sorry about that. I'm out here in a parking lot in Minnesota. My name is Rick Weibel. I am from South Dakota. I'm an election integrity expert, and very happy to speak with you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing this opportunity. I think that we have to take a step back and kind of look at how well do these changes that you guys are considering, number one, address the issues that we've seen in your state. Number one, does it hold and help correct the corrective action regarding the logic and accuracy test that we discovered in 2024 primary election? One of the things that the bills miss is that they don't require the auditors to submit the logic and accuracy test to the Secretary of State's office for review. And I think that's important. The other thing is I think there should be a little bit of a penalty that if the logic and accuracy test is not correct, why should a candidate who is requesting a hand recount have to submit dollars to be held by the state or the county? The county should bear the cost of any logic and accuracy test that is not sufficient. And that's not happening right now. And so this is where we need to make sure that we're giving enough authority to the Secretary of State's office to literally call balls and strikes. And whenever they find these anomalies, and if the clerk is unable to take the corrective action, then we have to have the corrective action in the recount. And the Secretary of State should be able to do that for those particular races that are in error. The other piece of this is it's so important that the logic and accuracy test not be just 2 weeks before the election. I think that's a huge mistake, especially after what we've encountered in Weston County. That highlights that after 19 years of being in this statute where you have these processes since 2005 with the voluntary voting system guidelines, which are required by your statute, which actually points to the EAC and how the logic and accuracy testing should be done, and even your own state statutes, it's still not done. Now, yes, there could be people saying that the law is not clear. However, they failed to admit to you that the actual certificate that they submit to the Secretary of State is clear and itemizes the styles separately. The ballot printed by printer, the ballot on demand, and the express vote. They are signing a certificate that if you file a false document to the Secretary of State's office, that is a violation of your state statutes. So that is considered a felony as well. But the other thing is that your laws right now, when you look at them, it is incredible to understand that you actually put your clerks at risk of 6 felonies within just one statute. I don't think that's your intention. But the reality is, when we looked at it to see if we could actually get corrective action, when we saw some of these bad logic and accuracy tests. So for example, Laramie County in the spring. Yes, it's true that primarily she does testing and uses the express vote as the primary means of vote collection within her county. However, here's the lie. We know for sure she's not mailing out an express vote machine to somebody who wants to mail in an absentee ballot. So that's where the standard ballot or the ballot on demand is being used, and people are filling out the ovals on the ballots. And when we looked at the evidence, which unfortunately we started the case during the primary election and didn't get to see the evidence until May of this year. So we failed to protect the election, but we didn't see a single standard ballot or a ballot on demand printer tested. And that is not okay. And when we look at the logic and accuracy testing in the ES&S manual itself, it specifically recommends doing 1 to max, which is having the first candidate with 1, second candidate with 2, the next candidate with 3, 4, and 5, and so on. And so it's even in the ES&S manuals. And so we need to make sure that we are making Chapter 11 strictly clear in regards to that when it comes to your elections. And some of the auditors that spoke earlier, they're absolutely right that there's a conflict kind of between 10 and 11. And we need to make that clear. And so when we look at 22-11-104, that's where we have to really clarify, and that should be rewritten as more of a checklist for the clerks to make sure that they're doing everything correctly. And so when we look at the post-election audits, Elena's correct. Mark Cook is correct. 1 precinct is not enough. It's not fair when you look at a small county compared to Laramie County. They're correct when you should be looking at a 10% of the precincts. Now, the problem you get into is when you get into vote centers. And vote centers you really shouldn't allow anyways, because it messes up everything. And they're correct when they point out the problems when you look at how many poll watchers you could potentially have. You shouldn't have ballots all over the county for your entire county. When you have poll watchers, they should be from their precinct, monitoring their precinct. They shouldn't have to have divided loyalties to be at multiple precincts to observe the elections. And also for election judges, they should know the people who live within their community, that they should be able to identify that when somebody comes in with an ID for 123 Main Street, and they know that 123 Main Street was bulldozed last year, nobody lives there. You need to be able to have that piece of election integrity. And so with vote centers, that's completely crushed and destroyed. We also need to take a secondary step and look at Trump's executive order. Citizenship, you've already handled. Mail-in ballots, that's going to be another executive order that will be dealt with. Then we look at the security man requirements of VVSG 2.0. And we have to ask, is ES&S a good partner? They failed by the deadline to even submit a new system or even take an existing system to get it certified under the 2.0 requirements. And currently your state law allows any type of certification, 1.0, 1.1, and potentially 2.0. And you should close the door on the older systems and decertify them. What's even more disgusting is that in June of 2022, ES&S got approval from the EAC for an election security update for your system. We have an email to the Secretary of State's office somewhere around July of 2024, where they admit they didn't notify the Secretary of State and they didn't install the security updates. Also, we know that since 2022, ES&S has not gone to the EAC to get approval for any additional antivirus updates or Windows updates to protect your systems. And why is this important? Because we know your clerks log into the ES&S portal, they download the election definitions from the internet using their county machines onto a thumb drive, take it to a SysStore device, duplicate it, and then put it into your elections. That itself creates the connection to the internet that you should not be responsible for. They should be mailing you the thumb drives. ES&S should be 100% liable for all security, and no thumb drives inserted into an internet connected machine should ever enter into your closed network of ES&S. And so those are huge concerns that these bills are not addressing, that you have an opportunity to step up to the plate. Now, luckily, you come back into session in January, and I hope that we continue these discussions. But the other thing is, you have an election coming up tomorrow, I believe, in UNITA, and she gave us an Excel workbook for the expected results. But here's what's funny. Sure, the election materials are sealed, but did you know she can still go to the desktop or laptop, fire it up, and print out the report that we were requesting? Why are we allowing that kind of gamesmanship to happen? That's not acceptable. And so
Mr.
I would have an expectation that the Clerks Association should step up and make sure that there's uniform reporting across the board, and they need to be helping all of the clerks with proper documentation, training, and expectations. And
Mr.
so,
Royal,
yes, sir.
so I realize we're talking about future legislation possibly too. But do you have anything specific on these specific bills, since we're kind of limited on time for public testimony?
Yep.
So if you have any suggestions, shoot them at us.
Yeah, so in looking at, I think looking at for your elections where you're saying that you have a minimum of 3 people for the hand counting, it should be 4. 4 people should be at a table, so that you have 2 people from each party representing each side of the table. One side would be reviewing the ballot, the other side would actually be tallying the call out on the other side. So that way you have full bipartisan oversight, and that's in your 44. Then also in looking at your logic and accuracy tests in 47, both of those should be moved up to at least, I would say, 4 weeks before the election. I would recommend 6 weeks before the election, because with UCOVA, you already have 45 days before the election that those ballots should be ready to go. And so you should be testing ahead of time. So like, for example, in Weston County, if they had found that there was an issue, here's the other recommendation. And this is more of an administrative rule. The timing marks and barcode should be different every time you redesign a ballot, so that it forces you to retest. And so waiting until 2 weeks before is not acceptable. And then the other suggestion from the Clerks Association, trying to minimize the amount of time notice, 5 days is appropriate. And I would even be much more stringent in what other states do, is they actually have a unified date that everybody does it at the same time on a Saturday. So that way the public has a chance to come in and it's known. And I would even suggest that the timeline be posted on the Secretary of State's website. And that's then getting in. And so as part of 47, those certificates and the copies of the logic and accuracy test have to be sent to the SOS for review and approval. Let's see here, candidate voters, let's see here. And then when you're looking at your 44, that's where I would insert that if the logic and accuracy test is not accurate, the candidate does not have to pay for it. And then to answer an earlier person's question about the cost of hand counting, we estimated that if you're counting a full ballot with 11 races and 4 people being paid $20 an hour, it costs about $1 a ballot. And so you can kind of intimate that if you've got 500 ballots in a precinct, it's going to be about $500. If you've got 2,000 ballots, it's going to be about $2,000. So if you're doing a recount of races, well, then it's substantially a lot less. Thank you so much. I'll stand for questions.
All right, questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Yin.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Weibel, great to meet you the other day. Even though I didn't catch your whole talk, I'm glad that I could catch part of it just to see what is being shared around the state. And I was actually heartened that we could find some common ground. So I think that's worthwhile to say that we could sit down and find common ground. I'm curious, I think when we had met, you had claimed that you'd be able to hack a machine live at a meeting. If we could make that happen with the Clerks Association, and it doesn't have to be a legislative meeting, but maybe because we won't have another legislative meeting until the session, do you think you'd be able to make that happen?
Yeah, and I think depending on the format, once you kind of lay out what you would like to have happen, we could probably come to an agreement. And with that, the clerks don't have the authority to submit any of their ES&S equipment. So we would have to work with your partner ES&S to bring a EAC certified laptop in, and then I could show you the issues surrounding it.
Follow up? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Senator Landon, did you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, no, I just a point of interest. We spent a little over 15 minutes on that particular testimony. We limited a couple of our Wyoming folks, and that's fine. I thought the testimony was just fine, but my understanding is we've got 20 plus people waiting to testify this evening. So if we go 15 minutes a shot, we're going to be about 9 or 10 o'clock before we work bills. Just wanted to point that out.
Well noted. Thank you, Senator. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Weibel.
Thank you so much, committee members and chair.
Heather, do we have anybody else with their hand raised?
Mr. Chairman, nobody else has raised their hand.
That was probably because of your comment, Senator. All right. With that, I will close public testimony. Committee, what is your pleasure? We can go through these one by one and add on any amendments that you might like or any action that you would like to take or not take.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I do think at this point, we're going to work the bills. We got to do them one at a time.
Yep.
Just the only way to keep track.
So we will start with 26 LSO 0043.
Correct.
Committee, what's your pleasure? Bill's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or amendments? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, just on discussion, we have two hand count bills. Is there a preference among the committee on how we want to dispose of each of them? Do we want to adopt both of them? I'm curious from the folks who make the motion, what their thoughts are.
Comment?
Both of them separate?
All right. Are there any other comments or amendments? Yes, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to.
Is your microphone on?
Or get closer.
Sorry, and I'm the one that can't hear. I would like to move that we, an amendment, that we change it to July 1st rather than September 1st of 2026.
Page 2.
On page 2. Line 23. Thank you.
All right. Did everybody hear that? It's July 1st, 2026, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's page 2,
Page
line
2.
23.
Yes. Page 2, line 23 on 0043.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That amendment carries. Any other amendments?
We got one more.
Yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 3, on the effective date, I'd like to do that immediately.
It's already.
Yeah, that's what it currently is.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Question.
All right. Question having been called, please take the roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, this is a motion to sponsor 26 LSO 43, random hand count audits of election recounts. Senator Boner excused. Senator Dockstetter? Senator Landon?
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz?
Aye.
Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Heft?
Aye.
Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Locke?
Aye.
Representative Lucas?
Aye.
Representative Webb?
Aye.
Representative Weber?
Aye.
Representative Yin?
No.
Co-Chairman Case?
No.
Chairman Knapp?
Aye.
That's 11 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
So 26 LSO 0043 has been approved. Next up, 26 LSO 0044, elections, hand counting for recounts. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move the bill.
It's been moved and seconded. Comments or amendments?
Mr. Chairman, in a general sense, Secretary of State talked about leaving the dates as is. Is that correct? On 44? And then the clerk's office, the clerks seem to not care about the dates. I'd just like to talk about the dates a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the momentum, and I don't mean to blunt it, but appreciate the clarification on these questions. Mr. Chairman, my suggestion, which yes, the clerks did disagree with, is to move the election date back to the original date, meaning the current language in state law, which requires an amendment to page 3. I believe then 13 and 15 and 16, I can pull that. Page 3, page 16, page 17, those are the places I marked where that's needed. And then to keep the enacting date for 2026 and continue to have vibrant discussions with relevant stakeholders as we move into the session. That's my suggestion on it. Thank you.
And Mr. Secretary, you had a couple other amendments. Why don't you
I appreciate
stay
that.
right there if you can, and we'll talk about them after we do this one, I think.
Yeah, and we'll just go right off the sheet provided by the secretary.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Yin.
I'll move the putting the election dates back, which isn't on the sheet, I believe. That's correct, Mr. Secretary. Great. So if Josh has that.
I think it's the reinsert stricken language, isn't it?
No, no, the election dates part, he went over it, but it's not on his sheet.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. That other one is about 2216-109B.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Right, second. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. That amendment carries. And then, Mr. Secretary, if you can go off your sheet with the rest of those amendments.
Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. On the page 15, line 20 amendments, those three, I would say, are somewhat of a distinct concept. Again, clarifying that the facility reimbursement rates are market rates. Then the second concept on page 15, line 20 is excluding facility rental fees for facilities owned by the county or state. And then the third concept on page 15, line 20 is inserting at a rate consistent with compensation pursuant to 22-8-116. I just want to put a little meat on what we're trying to do, a little meat on the clerk's requests on having reimbursement on those fees. And I don't think, with concern on depletion of accounts, I don't think the county or state needs to be reimbursed on facilities that we're using for this. So it's just policy choices on those three. And then the page 16 concepts are distinct.
Look, how about if we, I would move the first three in mass. You can divide them out if you want. Anybody that wants to divide it, just trying to be expeditious.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
It's been moved and seconded for the first three amendments on the secretary's amendment to 26 LSO 0044. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
You might ask for discussion before we vote it, but that's good. I think we're good.
Just had so much to
It's all right. All right.
All right, that amendment carries.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 16 is a distinct concept, and this is having the automatic recount subject to subject to county reimbursement, reversing the change that the state reimburses this. And look, this is a policy choice. I personally think that the county should still have to reimburse itself or should cover the cost of an automatic recount. And I don't think we should make that change in this bill with the state carrying the costs above candidate deposits. But if the committee goes a different route, that's fine. But that's what we're trying to do here.
All right, committee, go ahead and make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and with page 16 with those recommended amendments.
Okay, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded for the amendment to include two changes on page 16. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, well,
Yes.
this is kind of a policy question. I mean, it's, with respect to the hand counts, that's a different breed of cat, I think, than what had been before. So, it's up to the committee where they want to go, but it is a very different animal, if you ask me, than the automatic recounts that were triggered before.
Yes, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It really is the state imposing this new requirement, and so I'll resist the amendment for that reason. I just feel like it should be up to the state. If we're the ones, imposing this hand count, recount, I think the state can pay for it.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm curious on what the movers of the amendment think, because no one can tell me how much this is gonna cost. So if no one can tell me how much it's gonna cost, I mean, we have a random $200,000 number just to cover the state side of it. If no one can tell me how much it's gonna cost, then why would we say counties, you guys are the ones that have to take care of it, if we're the ones telling them to do it? So curious on those who made the motion, if they can explain to me why we should tell the counties to do this, but not know how much we're telling the counties to pay for.
Okay, if we can have an answer to that, then Senator Steinmetz, I'll get right to you. Yes, Representative Webb.
I wasn't a mover or a second, but I definitely support it. My understanding of this is it just leaves it right where it is now. So it's really not changing anything. It leaves it where it has been, at least in the recent history.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, counties have never had to pay for hand counting before, so, I would argue that it's not the same as it has been. But if that's what you want to tell your voters, that's fine with me.
Yes, Representative Webb.
I believe the process has been that's the way the process has been historically. This would just carry that same process forward.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we did hear some testimony from Rick Weibel about maybe it would, not maybe, he estimated that it would cost $1 a ballot for hand counting. Thank you.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am not, I will be opposed to this amendment because we're putting an unfunded mandate on our counties, representing several hardship counties here on the eastern side of the state. Depending on what that cost could be, it could be, something that they're going to have a hard time bearing. For example, one of the moves that they made was to try to close some of our polling places because of the decrease in property taxes, the property tax reductions, which I made the argument that our assessed valuation is still $50 million dollars over what it was pre-COVID in the 21-22 assessed valuation. We're still $50 million over. However, if this somehow does cost more than we're anticipating, I would hate for our counties to bear that brunt. If it is less than we're anticipating and it turns out to be a cost savings, then, the state will save money. So I think either way, to me, I would rather see the state pay for it. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Question having been called, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Do a show of hands?
Yes, let's do all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Well, now you've spoken.
All those opposed? All right, that amendment does carry. Any other amendments?
Question on the bill?
Question having been called, please pull the board.
This is a motion to sponsor 26 LSO 44 election, hand counting for recounts as amended. Senator Boner excused. Senator Dockstetter. Senator Landon. Senator Steinmetz.
Aye.
Representative Brown.
Aye.
Representative Heft.
Aye.
Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Locke.
Aye.
Representative Lucas. Representative Webb.
Aye.
Representative Weber.
Aye.
Representative Yin.
No.
Co-Chairman Case.
No.
Chairman Knapp.
Aye.
11 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
All right, 26 LSO-0044 has carried. Next up is 26 LSO-0045, poll watchers, polling stations, observation. What is the pleasure of the committee?
Move the bill.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any amendments? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. I don't mean to slow things down because I know how these are going to go, but to me, this is the bottom dweller of the whole bunch. This poll watcher, we've had testimony that in many of the circumstances, we don't even have venues that will hold all of these people. We're asking, this is a very comprehensive bill that asks an awful lot out of our county clerks at a time when they're dealing with all kinds of numbers and concerns. And, anecdotally, I told you about a story in my neighborhood. I just don't like it. I don't think it's needed. I think it's overkill and it does nothing for the integrity of elections in my view. And so I'll be a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Johnson.
I would like to restate this, Article 6, Section 13, purity of elections to be provided for. And that's irregardless of the size of the polling place. We need to provide for purity of these elections. We need to let the people know that these elections are accurate and competent. Thank you.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I think 96 poll watchers in a poll center actually makes the election impure, because I think when you have 96 people in one party and hopefully you get 96 people from the other party show up, but maybe 0 people show up, then it sort of looks like intimidation, and I think that makes for impure elections.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. My comment would be, we have really good elections. They're extremely pure. They're probably the purest elections in the country. I'm not sure that any of these bills have achieved better elections, despite so-called experts or people that think there's not fraud in Wyoming. There's no one trying to vote for someone else in Wyoming. The Secretary of State's office has had, according to a news story, 4 cases of seriousness, and maybe he can elaborate for more. We don't have a problem, and we are driving people away from the polls. And that's not healthy for elections either. So I will also be a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my colleague's statement. However, in my district, I heard quite often from people that the reason that they were no longer taking part in the elections is they felt like they couldn't trust the elections. So I think anything we can do to give them more security in the election process is a step forward.
Representative Webb.
I think there was some discussion, and I'd like to propose an amendment to have the effective date be immediately on 26 LSO 0045. So section 2, page 7, line 11, deleting July 1st, 2026 and inserting immediately.
Second.
All right. We have an amendment on the effective date, correct? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You got a lot of discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I apologize. I missed the date that's being suggested in the amendment. What,
Immediate.
well, immediately upon,
We don't have an election in between then and then, so it doesn't matter.
Representative Yen, do you have a comment?
He's got a
Yeah.
muttering.
Yeah, I do have a muttering problem, Mr. Chairman. I think, I mean, just to say, we don't have any elections between mid-February, end of February, and July 1st, so it doesn't really matter either way.
Any other comments?
Question.
All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
That amendment carries. Any other amendments? I think we had a typo, may.
I kind of like the maybe.
Mr. Chairman,
I'd move to eliminate the second May,
And
or the first
then-
May, the new May.
Okay. We have a
Second.
motion. Was there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, Senator Dockstader was.
Okay. All right.
I don't think we need to discuss that one, but 2 Mays is a lot of May.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That amendment does carry. Senator Dockstader.
thank you. As with all these, Mr. Chairman, and I'll speak specific to this, it's just interesting. When we prepare for these at the local level, there is support when we have our political gatherings. But when I go out to my versions of Albertsons, I have 3 of them, I don't hear a lot about this. They're concerned about other things, but they're not concerned about these. So going back to the bill that we're at, for most of these I can be fine with, because I got the understanding and support from my county saying this is the direction we want to go. But this one I have hesitant that we're piling on too much on our clerks, so I'll be a no on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what 26 LSO 0045 does is it absolutely clarifies for our poll watchers. And it clarifies the deadlines, the procedures, the name badges, even the chairs. I think it's excellent. I will be a yes on this. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I was elected, I attended many corporations committee meetings and I testified and I listened to a lot of people testify. And it was 2 years ago, I believe, somebody testified and said, well, we've had problems with poll watchers, this and that happened, this and that happened. And then it was asked, well, but we don't have any proof of this because there was no report made. And within minutes, the lady who was the poll watcher who had been injured, if you will, appeared and testified. And it does happen from time to time. People are leery of making complaints, and I think that this puts what to do. It puts a procedure in place that makes it clear cut then what should happen. So it's not just good for maybe somebody who's got a complaint, but it's good for the entity that is being complained about also, because they have clear expectations of what should happen. So I'll be a yes on this.
Representative Weber.
A follow-up comment. What I like also about this working draft is that it allows the parties in the state of Wyoming equal opportunity to recruit the poll watchers, and the parties are the ones that train them to go in with and the clerks get to say, yes, we need 1 or 2 or 3 of the people. And I think it really helps with monitoring. And the poll watchers they're not active in the whole voting process. They're observing only. And I think that's important. I think our state and our communities deserve that. Thank you.
Any other comments? And I think the key phrase I heard from testimony, and the reason I'll be voting yes, is the poll watching is not about the people, it's about the process. And I think that's important to remember in any election integrity bill, is the process for the people to have confidence in the election. So I think that's an important piece of this. There was a Secretary of State amendment suggestion, if anybody cares to offer that. That was on page 5, line 21, but I will entertain any amendments. Yes, Representative Webb.
I would move that, at least if nothing for no other reason, for discussion purposes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for the amendment on page 5, line 21, after poll watcher to insert before or on the day of the election. Is there any discussion? Yes, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, maybe the proponent of the amendment might help me to understand. So this poll watcher can be replaced in my county from down here. Do I read that correctly? We're gonna have people from elsewhere naming poll watchers in our community instead of that process being in our community? Is that what this language does?
I don't believe so, but let's hear from the
It says
Secretary.
a state or a county chairman of a political party may designate another poll watcher.
Mr. Secretary, can you answer
I'm not sure my folks
that?
in Natrona County, Mr. Chairman, would like that.
Let's get clarification on that, Senator.
Am I reading that correctly?
Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that question. First of all, I want to clarify that on page 5, line 21 on the suggested amendment, it's after the first poll watcher, because poll watcher appears twice in that line.
Yeah.
But yes, this was a debate that happened in the session as well. And the majority party indicated in their discussions and suggestions on how we address this bill that some counties don't participate in this process at all. Some counties didn't submit any list and refused to participate in this process. Counties that often are in disagreement with the state party chairman. And those Republicans, many Republicans in those counties felt like they were disenfranchised, that they couldn't even participate in the poll watching process because the county chairman refused to submit a list or engage in the process. So this provides another bite at the apple. We have a lot of back and forth. It's vibrant, and that's great. But there's vibrant back and forth within the party as well, as you know. And there's some counties that have refused to participate in this process. And the thought was to also allow the state party to step in those situations in particular. And that's the thought process behind it.
Further discussion?
And just for clarity, that's not what the amendment does. It's in the bill. So, I mean, should dispose of the amendment, and then you could make a further motion to eliminate that whole section, for example. I mean, that would be a way to get us moving.
All right. Any other discussion on the amendment proposed? And that's after the first poll watcher insert before or on the day of the election.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Yin.
Yeah, I do have a comment on the amendment. So we're basically saying that the chief judge, it's the chief judge removes the poll watcher, the state or county chairman before or on the day of an election can replace the poll watcher. So I guess we're saying that they can replace it at any time. It just seems a little superfluous. I guess I'm curious again on why the secretary offered it. Why do we need the belt and suspenders?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate that question, Representative Yen. Being 3 years in this process, I've gotten a little bit of a stickler on the language in these bills because I've learned that even when the intent of a certain provision is to do something, if it does not say it explicitly, there are some county attorneys that I may disagree with on this, and they're not going to go with state uniformity. They're going to go with, the clerk's going to go with what the county attorney says. The intent of this provision has always been that if somebody is removed, that the party can replace that individual at any time. But as I read this, reviewing for this bill for this meeting, I don't think it's super clear that it could be done at any time. So I wanted to put a provision that made it even clearer and make sure that we pass this bill, we work hard on it, and then there we are in August, and we've got counties, and I'm getting calls, being inundated by calls with counties that aren't interpreting it the way we all interpret it here. So I thought it just put a little more meat on the bone. I don't like making our green book super long, but on this election stuff where frankly it's gotten pretty heated and you've got often 23 different county interpretations, I really like getting that specificity. So that's all we're trying to do here.
And from testimony, and I apologize, I didn't put who said it, but it says a poll watcher who doesn't show up would be what that would entail, or the intent.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, I think it is covered in existing language. Say a poll watcher doesn't show up, line 20 says, chairman of a political party may designate another certified poll watcher to replace.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of a belt and suspenders thing. I don't think it does any damage. It's just more words in the green book. I'm going to have a subsequent amendment when we get done with it.
All right. Question haven't been called. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. That amendment carries. Mr. Chairman.
I just would, on line 19, I would eliminate the word state or.
Second.
Page 5, line 19. We're in the same section. It just would say a county chairman of a political party may designate. That's what I'm seeking. I don't think we should feed this war between the counties and the state. I think that's all, they've got to work it out. And allowing this, what if the county chairman does one person and the state chairman does another one? Then you got a wreck on your hands. It's better to have clarity.
Yes, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, really, it doesn't have to have anything to do with this county or my county, two of which
But it does.
have had some difficulties coming to agreements with the state party. It could be any county. And I just, for years I campaigned, elected 5 times, and one of the things I put on everything I sent to everybody is that I believe in local control. This should be determined at the local level. This isn't, these county poll watchers, that belongs in our communities out there. It doesn't belong down here. So I absolutely support this amendment. I think it cleans this up and gives it an opportunity to move forward.
All right, there has been amendment, and it's been seconded. Is there any other discussion? And this would basically remove, eliminate the state where the county chairman of a political party may designate another certified poll watcher. Discussion? All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Let's do by hand. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Raise your
Or
hand.
raise your hand. And say aye.
Aye.
I'm there too. All those opposed, no.
No.
All right, that amendment does carry. Any other amendments? Representative Yin?
Mr. Chairman, no amendment, but just a comment again. This can create a situation where you have more poll watchers than election judges. And I don't think it's right for a party to have more people in the room than the county officials administering the election. I think that will put us in a bad place.
All right, any other amendments or comments? All right, please pull the board, or pull the committee, sorry.
This is a motion to
County
sponsor
Commissioner
26 LSO 45, poll watchers, polling stations observation as amended. Senator Boner excused. Senator Dockstetter?
No. No.
Senator Landon?
No.
Senator Steinmetz?
Aye.
Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Heft?
Aye.
Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Locke?
Aye.
Representative Lucas?
Aye.
Representative Webb?
Aye.
Representative Weber?
Aye.
Representative Yin?
Nope.
Co-Chairman Case?
No.
Chairman Knapp?
Aye.
Nine aye, 4 no, 1 excused.
All right. Next up is 26 LSO 0046, independent candidate requirements. What is the committee's pleasure?
Move the bill.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any amendments?
Yes. Get there. Yeah. 152. Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I have an
Representative Weber.
amendment. I have an amendment for 46 on, please go to page 5, line 10. And where it says 3%, I would like to change that to 5%. As well as on line 17, page 5, it says 3%, I would like to change that to 5%. The reason I'd like to make this 5% is so that it would all be uniform. And it's easier for the voters, it's easier for the candidates. I think it just cleans it up nice and neat. Thank you.
All right, is there a second to that amendment? It's been seconded. Discussion? Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. My green light was on for a second and went off. That's trying to tell me something, right? It went off on its own. Mr. Chairman, I think we should look at the kind of the big picture, what we're doing with really this bill in general, but changing that percentage specifically. we've adopted an increasingly more restrictive basis of running our primary elections. It's been the pattern we've had for several years now, so that we have fewer choices in the primary election, fewer chances for the voter to change parties, fewer chances for the voter to express themselves unless they follow a particular track. And so this is trying to put the bow on all that by saying, not only have we locked down these primary elections, which really, because of our one-party state, benefit a particular party, which I'm proud to be a member of, but that really locks it down. Now, what we're trying to say is, now we want to throw out the other possible track, which is independent voters and independent candidates. And we want them to not be a member of another party. We want to have a high signature requirement. We want to adjust the time frame on that. And I just think that's the wrong approach to having, and look, Representative Johnson's already got his hand up, but he's going to cite that Constitution again. He can just wait a second. But that is really the wrong approach to get going. You know, we got rid of any possibility of looking at plurality voting. If you, and now you have to actually declare your party before the candidates actually have to file, you guys. I mean, this is getting really pretty amazingly locked down. This is the next step you have is to lock up the independent route, which frankly is not a big threat to any of the majority parties in Wyoming, but it is a potential safety valve if party politics get too far out of hand. So I think that this motion to increase the percentage is a bad idea.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say that when you campaign in the primary, that's pretty rigorous, ongoing, relentless, time-consuming, expensive process. And if you can just come in here and say 3% of the vote, it'd be easier to bypass my primary and just go that way. I think it's the least we can do is put a little pressure on them. If they really want to do this, do it right. Let them put some work into it, not just hand them a free book.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Yes.
If you believe that, where's the evidence that that's been a problem? There's absolutely none. There's lots of advantages to being a party member and being in the party primary. If the 2% was a problem, we would have seen it. We'd see more than 3 independent candidates in 30 years of the legislature. That dog doesn't hunt. Really, this is more about locking down the whole election system. And I think that's a wrong approach for Wyoming. Parties weren't necessarily what our country was envisioned on. You know, they came about naturally, probably, and rapidly with the Federalists and Anti-Federalists. It seems to be sort of a natural thing, perhaps. But it wasn't the basis of our constitutions. They don't mention parties. I mean, they do in terms of organization, but they're not talking about it being a mandatory party system. You're trying to make it a mandatory party-based system, and that's just wrong, and it will backfire.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And that's well stated. I would just push back a little bit on my good friend from Laramie County. What we are battling for in the primary election is the endorsement of our party. And that's worth fighting for. And once we get it, we have a huge leg up. These independent candidates don't have any of that backing. They're on their own. I'm just not sure what we're worried about here. In a grander sense, we're on the 2% moving to 5% right now, but I'm trying to understand why this bill would even fit into an integrity conversation. It just doesn't make any sense to me. We're the equality state. We've always stood for independence and people getting involved and patting each other on the back. You know, I'm going to be a no on this amendment and a no on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've heard that we're trying to do away with the independence. I think this actually encourages people to get in earlier, get in and do the work and get the signatures. So I don't think we're trying to do away with independence. I think we're saying, you know, if you're going to do this, get in there early and let's get to work. So I think this really encourages independence.
Representative Weber?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think throughout the years, I'm sure all of us have lived here in Wyoming for a few years now, and we've seen our population grow and grow and grow. And I think people from other states come here and they're not really sure if they want to be part of one of the major parties. And I think it's okay for them to go around and talk to their, in their precincts and districts. And I like this, and I like the 5%. Again, it keeps it uniform and consistent. Thank you. I vote.
Let's just vote and figure it all out.
All right.
Yeah, please.
Seeing no other comments, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
On the
Representative
bill.
Yin.
Yeah, I mean, just discussion on the bill. The only argument that I heard is that why this bill should exist at all is that it's unfair in the primary system. If the actual argument is the primary system is unfair, then let's just move to a top 2 open primary, and then it will be exactly the same for all candidates, whether you're a major party, you're a minor party, or an independent, you would have the same election system. What this does is not solve that problem of unfairness. What this does is close the door on independent candidates. And ultimately, my question is, what are we afraid of? In my district, I won with 73% of the vote in my last contested election. My last election was not contested. The one before that was contested. I won with 73.8% of the vote. I welcome an independent candidate. I would love to see an independent candidate because I'm not afraid of them. So then why are we making it harder for them to be on the ballot? This is literally restricting access to the general election ballot in a way that kind of just says that we're afraid of competition. And so I'm definitely a no, but this out of all of the bills that we have so far, this is the most rankling one just because it says we're scared. And I think it makes it very apparent that we're scared as a legislature. And so I'm going to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yin, would you dare call it the bottom dollar?
No, not a
Yes.
word.
There's only one of those.
Let's not do this.
Okay, yeah, let's
Let's just vote.
let's continue on.
Mr.
There is
Chairman,
a,
one
It's not
there's,
gonna change anybody's mind.
there's an amendment from the Secretary of State's proposed
I'm sorry.
amendments.
You're right.
Um, And I just wanted to
I
see
need to
if anybody
apologize because
had
I was,
any other amendments.
yeah, let's talk about the Secretary of State's election.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I'm not
I
trying to
apologize.
inject into the debate. It was a few hours ago. I just want to be clear on 2 things. We got 2 amendments. One is, I really think for notice purposes, if it's the intent of the committee to have this in effect in 26, you really need to make this effective immediately at this time. If not, my opinion, I mean, I guess you could amend it in the legislature, but I think to provide notice, I would highly recommend to the committee that if the intent is to put this in place for 26, that it be effective immediately. And then we also have this amendment, which is cleaning up the Representative Brown procedure that passed in the House where, they have 81 days before is their deadline to submit their intent, and then they have 14 days after that. And we just wanted to clean up that language on page 6. So there's 2 amendments, one on the enacting date and then one on this process on page 6. So thank you.
And this is the typed out amendment we received, Senator Landon.
I do have a quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Secretary, we had testimony today that some of this stuff is going to be difficult to stand up. Do you have any concerns trying to shoehorn this into the 26 election I haven't had time to, and we're not gonna take the time tonight to find out from the clerks if we can stand all this stuff up. This is one more thing that we're trying to move the date up so that we can get it in for the 26th election. Any concerns on that front?
Mr. Chairman, of all of the 6 tonight, this is the one that I'm least concerned on in terms of the implementation. I mean, we receive these petitions both at the county and the state level all the time. And this is merely changing the deadline date. And frankly, moving this up, once it's done, it's done. So it's one less thing after the primary. What ended up happening in 24, I mean, I can tell you with the Kennedy petition, I mean, he withdrew at the last moment. We had to review 13,000 signatures, and then literally like the day before the deadline, when we had ascertained that he had passed, he then withdraws. I mean, that was a huge deal for our office to, and really it hasn't been talked about too much. I mean, for our office to process that at the same time that we had the property tax initiative, I mean, it was with 3 people and then the cross-divisional help. It was unbelievable. And I'm a big fan of what Secretary Kennedy is doing in the administration. But candidly, I think this will actually decrease burdens for all of our offices. And I highly wonder whether the clerks are nodding their heads up and down in the back, because these petitions come in right after the primary, and it's a very close deadline to when we have to certify ballots to the general election. And it was extremely close, especially on state candidates in the 24 cycle.
All right. Those amendments having been clarified, I would entertain a motion. Representative Weber?
I move the Secretary of State's written amendments. Thank you. Do you want me to be more specific and go through each one?
No, I think it was the amendment provided, as well as if you wanted to add on the effective.
Because on the back too, there is this other section about the effective date on page 7, line 2. After the act is effective, delete July 1st, 2026, and insert immediately upon completion of all acts necessary for a bill to become a law as provided by Article 4, Section 8 of the Wyoming Constitution.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded for the amendment. Is there any discussion? Mr. Chairman?
Could you clarify, is it the entire Secretary of State amendment? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Chairman Case, yes, the entire Secretary of State amendment.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm trying to understand how you obtain approval to circulate a petition. And what that means. Does that mean somebody can deny you the right to circulate a petition? And what would that mean? And does that is a very bothersome phrase to me.
Mr. Secretary, could you answer that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a really interesting comment and question in there. Appreciate it. What we're trying to do is set up a process so there's notice. So on our website, you say, look, people can find that these petitions are actually being circulated legitimately. We get calls. People ask, are these legitimate petitions? And so we've really tried to strengthen that process in having rigor there where they're listed out. I think that's a good, this was an addition by Representative Brown. And I actually think it was an addition. I don't agree with Representative Brown on everything. I like him. I served with him. Don't agree with him all the time. But, I don't do that thing where just because somebody's name is on it, I disagree with stuff or I agree with stuff. I never did that. And so, I came back with Mr. Rubino after this passed. I was like, well, what do you think of this? Like, this is kind of an interesting concept. And I'm kind of on board with it. I think it provides some notice. I think it also clarifies, there's another provision in the code that says that our office has to approve the form, or the relevant filing office has to approve the form. That provision has gotten quite sticky. It has been my interpretation of my predecessors, including my office, that independents need to notice us that they're going to circulate the form for the reasons I just laid out. Putting this into the code further clarifies that, which frankly is a point of contention that could come to a head at some point. And I think making it very clear in the code rather than the way it is now, where my predecessors, including myself, have said, you need to get that permission. And I remember, because it had to do with our race, that I asked Secretary Buchanan on this. He said, yes, you have to get permission on the form. And nobody ever did that. I call in every day. And so I have retained that interpretation. I think this further strengthens that, and it makes it clear, because the way I could pull out my statute book, I don't have it with me. It is a little bit, it's clear, but it could be clearer. And I think this helps do that. And I think it helps on notice. And we also want clarity on this.
Mr. Chairman, follow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm just trying to get the concept here. So we're kind of a one-party state where one party has all the top elected officials. You're of that one party, I'm of that one party. And so pretend I'm somebody else. I want to run as an independent candidate. I want to take it on. I want to take on the establishment. And I have to come to you for permission to run as independent. And I have to attain approval to circulate a petition. That kind of rankles at the whole idea that I can bypass the establishment with an independent candidacy that's duly. I mean, everybody's a registered voter on my petition. There's 5%. Everybody counts. They're the right 5%. And now I have to get approval before I even start that? I'm not sure we want to go there.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, a friend of mine decided to run a county-wide race as an independent, and had to go down to the county clerk's office and get that form filled out and get the proper paperwork to get signatures on. Had to get that permission to do that. And it's quite an arduous task to get those signatures, I believe. Trying to remember, but I believe it was something like 1,500 signatures. They had to get pretty close to that. And I believe he was the first successful person in Laramie County to actually get that done and run as an independent. So that shows you what somebody who wants to run as an independent, who gets out and does the work, and what they can do. And I think that's the same thing we're looking at here.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I would say that statement exactly illustrates why we don't need this bill, because it was so hard and that person did something so amazing. And I'm going to shut up.
Well,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I certainly don't think I should inject myself into that part of the back and forth, but I want to make sure we're on the same page on what we're trying to do here. So if you read what we're trying to amend the engrossed language to say, the amendment read in says an independent candidate for partisan public office shall obtain approval to circulate the petition as required by Wyoming statute 22-5-301B. So we're referencing what is already in the code. So you go to 22-5-301B, which is current law, and it says the petition shall be approved by the appropriate filing office prior to circulation. Not just Secretary of State, this is for the counties too. We have long interpreted that to mean they have to come to us first. Why? Because we want to make sure it's filled out properly so that the process isn't abused, the effort isn't wasted, that the information is accurate in terms of what district the individual is running for. But some people don't read that section. They also say that because it's on our website that it's already been approved. I think it makes it much clearer, and it solves that disintermediation in the entire process. And I just think it makes it very clear, which is the way we're interpreting it anyway. And I think it's gonna continue that way, whether this is in there or not, because 22-5-301B reads the same it is. I think this makes it clearer for notice to the public, and I like it for that reason, so, thank you.
Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Amendment carries. Any other amendments?
Question.
Please poll the board. Committee.
This is a motion to sponsor 26 LSO 46, elections, independent candidate requirements as amended. Senator Boner excused. Senator Dockstetter? Senator Landon? Senator Steinmetz?
Aye.
Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Heft?
Aye.
Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Locke?
Aye.
Representative Lucas?
Aye.
Representative Webb?
Aye.
Representative Weber?
Aye.
Representative Yin?
No.
Co-Chairman Case?
No.
Chairman Knapp?
Aye.
I think this is going rather well.
10 aye, 3 no, 1 excused.
All right, 26 LSO-0046 does carry. Next up, 26 LSO-0047, elections, voting machine, and voting system tests. What is the pleasure of the committee?
I'd move it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion or amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Yin.
Yeah, I'll make an amendment. I would like to, on page 2, line 16, strike Romanet 7, replace it with Romanet 8, and then also insert existing language from Romanet 7 and change it to valid photo identification issued by the University of Wyoming, a Wyoming Community College, or a public school.
Oh, I think you're one ahead of us.
Yep, that is my bad. Oh, yes, I
In your mind, you've already ended the meeting.
Oh, then I apologize. I will save that for the next bill. We have too many bills, Mr. Chairman.
No problem, Representative.
You're right about that.
All right, amendments, Representative Locke,
Yes,
Vice Chairman Locke.
I'd like to move the amendments that were actually provided by the Secretary of State, which were some concerns I had as well. And that was passed out earlier. And so the first one of those would be page 4, line 6. Before, let's see here, line 6 before machine. You'd insert individual. And then after that section, so at in line 7, we would also insert every voting machine used, including but not limited to all election ballot marking devices shall be individually tested. And this was, just so for clarification on this, I know there's been some discussion of this machine type or all systems. And this is an attempt to clarify that. That's why the insertion of the individual as well as that additional sentence. And I think it's just to strengthen it. One could argue maybe that last sentence may not be needed. It might be a little much and too wordy. That being said, that's the first part. Now, do we want to take these individually? Would that be better? Or you want me to do
I
all
think
three
that
of these?
maybe we should, I think.
Okay.
All right,
I think we could almost question that one.
on Amendment 1, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of Amendment 1?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? No? Motion carries. Okay, you can go ahead with your second.
Amendment 2, sorry, I guess I should turn this on. Sorry, Amendment 2, page 6, line 20. And basically, the way this was written before, this, I think, was very targeted at Laramie County, the way it was kind of written before, and not necessarily intentionally, but I think in the conversation, you got that way. And so what this amendment does is we would delete the primary method of voting in. So basically in line 20, we delete the primary method of voting in. And then line 21, we would delete is by and replace it with uses uses an, and then in line 21, after device, insert in any way. Okay? And then line 22, after shall, we would insert also. And in line 22, after cards, insert on each machine. Again, largely this is just clarification that each machine, and these machines are used in all counties. So this just makes it clear they would be tested in all counties in the same way. So this just brings some consistency to this particular portion of the testing.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. That amendment carries. All right, Amendment 3.
And then finally, Amendment 3, thank you, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I was out of decorum. Page 7, line 10, after results, insert in their original form. And again, I think this is more clarification than anything. And on line 12, right there on page 7, again, after results, insert in their original form. I believe this was based on some conversation again where there was just some confusion, and it's really clarification more than anything.
I have a second, but I have a question about.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is the, in their original form, is that an ambiguous? I'd like to hear from the clerks on that if we could.
Mr. Irwin.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that that's ambiguous, and I think language, it would be a little bit better. The heart of the issue is wanting to see results from the tests the same way you're going to see them on election night, right? And so if we're presenting tape, if we're presenting electionware reports, I think that's what this is getting at. And so something along the lines of in a format substantially similar to that on election night, or something along those lines. It is an issue with the tape. Some can be many, many feet long. Photocopying those could be an issue. And so I think the heart of it is trying to get it consistent with the way we present results on election night.
Would you repeat it?
Well, Mr. Chairman, right off the top here, so in a, after results, in a form, in a substantially similar form to that on election night.
Do you want to say on election night or after the election?
Mr. Chairman,
it's up to you.
Well, I don't know. So far, that's not been the case. And so I would say in their official form or in the final form, something that indicates the election results you're going to see after the canvass board certifies it.
Should we grab official for now and make it friendly?
Well, Mr.
Official?
Secretary, do you have any,
Here he comes.
any helpful language besides the one that's?
Clerk Irvin and I had a good conversation with on this last Thursday, and that was very close. I was looking at my notes from that meeting, very close to what he initially suggested. When I was kind of just thinking about it over the weekend, I respectfully was not a huge fan of that language. I don't like the substantially similar. I just think we might get into problems with interpretations more so, but I don't know. Maybe we should ask Mr. Anderson to think about this one a little bit. We didn't have time to do that, but you know, neither of us are attorneys. I just want us. There's nothing more frustrating when we work on a bill and then we don't actually implement what we were seeking to implement. And so I just want to get it right. I thought our suggestion was a little closer to what I thought would get us to success with the local interpretation, but appreciate Clerk Irvin, but maybe Mr. Anderson has a thought.
Before Mr.
Chairman?
Anderson,
go ahead.
before you, Representative Locke has a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Case. You had mentioned official form. Is that more accurate? I'm just wanted to toss that out and see if official form takes us closer to what our goal is here. But sorry, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, maybe. I mean, the real problem here is we don't want to call out a vendor, you know, because you don't want to do that in state law. But I mean, the issue here is there's two ways to get it. You could have it in the electionware computer, which is when they put in the stick, if you will. I'm being a little bit, brute force here in describing it. And the second way is the tape, which was the issue when you went to county, is they're going off the tape. And I guess it wasn't copied before it was sealed or whatever. But in answer to your question, I think that's a way to do it. But what is the official form? I mean, but original form, what's the original form? So I'm kind of nitpicking. I kind of like original, but.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, just off the top of my head, but potentially in the same manner official election results are reported.
Friendly amendment.
And that's
Friendly
why you
amendment.
get paid the big bucks.
If you'll adopt it.
I'll take that.
It's second.
I didn't
Okay.
accept that.
All right. With that language from Mr. Anderson, any other discussion on Amendment 3?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. That amendment carries. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last amendment. I think we would like to, in section 2 there, line 19, page 7, I think we'd like to change that July 1 to immediately. I would propose that amendment.
It's been moved and seconded to change the effective date for immediately. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That amendment does carry as well.
Question on the bill.
Question having been called, please poll the committee.
On the motion to sponsor 26 LSO 47 elections, voting machine and voting systems tests as amended, Senator Boner excused. Senator Dockstetter?
Aye.
Senator Landon? Senator Steinmetz?
Aye.
Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Heft?
Aye.
Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Locke?
Aye.
Representative Lucas? Representative Webb?
Aye.
Representative Weber?
Aye.
Representative Yin?
No.
Representative Yin?
No.
Co-Chairman Case?
Aye.
Chairman Knapp?
Aye. 26 LSO -0047 does carry. Next up is 26 LSO 0048, elections acceptable identification revisions. Committee, what's your pleasure? Moved and seconded by Representative Lucas. Any
Mr. Chairman,
amendments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
run this
Dockstetter.
past the committee. Still uncomfortable with the photograph situation. Page 2, line 13, insert valid and original photograph of the person.
Yeah, could you repeat that one more
Sure,
time?
page
Senator?
2, line 13, insert valid and original photograph of the person.
Question? Just for the bringer.
Representative Johnson.
What is the meaning of original photograph? I mean, a photograph, yeah, I don't understand the.
No photocopies, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess it probably needs a second for discussion, and I would do that just in deference to the good senator. But my question would go to, say, a temporary license that was described earlier by the good representative, that it has a photograph on it, and I'm not sure that's an original. I think that's a copy, that temporary license.
I think it's sort of an original temporary license.
It's an original temporary?
You're right.
A temporary original?
No, it's an original temporary.
I would say it's the same photograph that's going to appear on the license, so I would say it was original.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like where the conversation is going, the wording, I don't know, but I also think, valid, original, YDOT does that often, and we all take those. The printed or the photocopy as an original. Now, if I made a photocopy of something, it's not the same.
And I would just say, I think that it's an original print from YDOT. They're not giving you a photocopy. It's actually an original off the printer. Representative Lucas.
Just to piggyback on that then, as opposed to, for example, me going to my scanner and scanning my driver's license and editing my picture because I have wrinkles on my face or something. So it would have to be from an official agency or.
Mr. Chairman,
I think
Yes,
you're
Senator
beautiful
Landon.
as you are. I
Well,
wouldn't
thank
do
you,
that.
sir. But it's easy to Photoshop is what my point is.
I don't think you need any retouching, sir.
Thank you.
Represent-
Senator Landon.
So, but see, that's why I'm hung up a little bit, Mr. Chairman, because things have changed so dramatically nowadays. I just don't want to get us in a litigated mess with this. I guess if somebody questioned whether your photograph was valid and original, you could go get an attorney and defend yourself. I'm just not sure that language adds to what we're trying to be up to here. But maybe it doesn't hurt.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sensing you want to say something.
Well, I'm trying to see where this is going. I suspect that there will be a bill to require that when you register to vote or you seek an absentee ballot, you have to show your license. But you can do that by mail, so I would suspect we can do that with a copy. And that gets placed against the original language here, and I'm glad we don't have that other bill yet, but I suspect one of you guys are gonna bring it. And how will you handle that when people ask for an absentee ballot by mail? And you're not gonna send in your driver's license, so I wanna know how you wanna do that. Maybe we shouldn't do this.
Representative
Got
Brown.
them wound up now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask my colleague if rather than saying original photograph, say, a photograph ID issued by the state.
Mr. Chairman, that'd be friendly. I'm trying to avoid the photocopy situation.
So your suggestion was a valid photograph issued by the state?
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Representative Lucas?
Well, that would invalidate passports and military IDs then. And those are issued by the federal government and are valid IDs.
It might be good to just leave this alone right now.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, we'll maybe have more sleep when it comes to us in the session. It's been a long day.
Would you like to withdraw that amendment?
Mr. Chairman, we did draft this concept if you're interested.
I'm not.
Good try.
But
The second agrees to withdraw the motion.
All right, are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Yin.
So, Mr. Chairman, I did offer an amendment by email, I think should have gone out to everyone, but I'll read it out loud.
Please.
So, the motion is to amend on page 2, line 16, strike out capital Romanet 7, replace with capital Romanet 8. And then in section 1, insert the Romanet section 7 language, but also insert new language where it would say valid photo identification issued by the University of Wyoming, a Wyoming Community College, or a Wyoming Public School with an expiration date.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Discussion.
So, Mr. Chairman, the issues I heard were that these IDs don't have an expiration date. You don't know if they're still valid. And so this kind of shores up the type of IDs. And so if the community college doesn't put an expiration date, or if the public school doesn't put an expiration date, still doesn't qualify, but it might prompt them for, I mean, I don't think the public schools are gonna ever change it because they don't need to. They're not gonna be eligible voters for the most part. But community college or the University of Wyoming could put an expiration date, and then they would still be eligible forms of ID and they would be valid. I'm just hesitant to remove forms of IDs for voters in the state that have something that is eligible now and then won't be eligible in the future, if we can prompt our agencies to make them a bit more valid for these purposes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown.
I don't think there's a second yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Brown.
Chairman. The problem that I have with this is we have a lot of students that are in our university and colleges that are here from other states, and they have a student ID. And they may be voting in another state and then voting here as well. So this is the problem I have with student IDs.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Those are
Representative-
valid voters. You can be a student in the state of Wyoming and you are eligible to vote because you are a resident of Wyoming at that time. You can also be eligible to vote in your home state if you so choose. You got to pick one, but those are valid voters. And to say that we should disenfranchise them because they're from out of state, they are eligible voters, and disenfranchising them just on the purpose of ID is not the right thing to do.
Representative Weber. Oh, Representative Lucas.
Thank you for looking my way, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Just two comments. One is the same thing applies to military people. You have to choose. You can't vote in every state that your body lands in at the time. And so that's a valid argument in favor of allowing a student who wasn't born here or doesn't live here all the time, but he's a resident at the time and is eligible to vote. I believe that when we were in committee during session, the university testified as to their criteria, University of Wyoming, their criteria for issuing those IDs. And they're pretty scrupulous and require a real ID in order to issue the school ID. And a real ID is one that, of course, is sanctioned by the state and follows all of those particulars. So really, I think that if a university ID had an expiration date on it, we'd be good.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Landon.
just to, to add on to what the good representative just said, I spent over 30 years at the college up in the center part of the state, and I would just
You would have thought you would have
underlined it.
graduated in that amount of time.
It's the longest couple. Yeah, so took me a while to get that degree. So anyway, I can tell you that that information is well vetted. They don't receive those IDs without a lot of information that is on file. And so it's a policy choice, and I know that there's a sentiment to really lock these down, but if they can put an expiration date on them, these IDs are pretty solid.
I'm going to speak against the amendment. University IDs are meant to be within the university. You can't take a university ID and go out and get liquor. You can't take a university ID and go out and get a license to fish or hunt or anything like that. It's meant to be within the boundaries of the university. Granted, you can use your real ID to get it, or they may require that, but then you've got a real ID to vote. So with that, I'm going to speak against the amendment. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just add to that I think we've heard in testimony multiple times that there's an inconsistency with some of those, across those different colleges and universities on how that's done. And there's some concern about that inconsistency. At least I know it's been testified. I believe the clerks made that pretty clear that that was one of the problems with that ID specifically, was maybe a consistency issue and confirming validity. I realize in some cases maybe they are, but I think it was a consistency issue more than anything. At least that was my understanding of the testimony. Thank you.
question.
Representative Webb.
Just for my clarification, we are talking only University of Wyoming or Wyoming Community College IDs in this case, and not public school, correct?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Yin.
I'd consider it friendly if the second is okay with it to also strike public school from the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be okay with that.
Then just to follow up with the public and Representative Webb, yes. So now the amendment only considers the University of Wyoming IDs and community college IDs.
Just a slight point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I intend to pursue something separate for old people, so expect that to coming. We can deal with this separately.
All right. All right. Everybody understand the amendment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no?
No.
That motion does not carry.
Mr. Chairman.
She got it.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Weber.
I have an amendment starting on line 13. And I happen to agree with Senator Dockstetter on some of this. I would like it to read, after the word identification, put is valid, includes a photograph of the person in original form, meaning not a photocopy. I understand that YDOT has a photocopy that they give us when we renew our license or when you change things on that. I think we have accepted those. Thank you.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Could you repeat that just one more time, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in its entirety, where it says on line 12, says provided that the identification is valid, comma, includes a photograph of the person in original form. And I am also open to, if Mr. Anderson has another way of wording that, or maybe the Secretary of State, I'm open to a better flow of how that could be worded. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, I sense from the committee, and I'm supportive of this personally, as we discussed earlier, the interest in adding in that it could not be expired and needed to be in its original form. So I asked Mr. Rubino to think about drafting an approach on that, and this is what he came up with. I think he did a great job. And it can be fit however you want. You could take the original form out and just do the expired part. Actually have that as well on a piece of paper, but it's in my office. I think it's, so that's our approach.
Do you think he did this while he's cradling his newborn baby? I mean, you're a slave driver.
You know, Senator Steinmetz has said the same thing. Has said the same thing.
Yes, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question, and it's because the hour is getting on and I'm just probably getting a little punchy or something. Does this mean that we would allow somebody with a new driver's license, a replacement copy, to use that for voting? So the YDOT form would be
Yes.
acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand. Thank you.
It's not expired, its original
So-
form was issued.
Yes, Representative Ha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my understanding that when they print that paper copy, that's a temporary,
But it's valid.
it's valid, and it's also an original. When it expires, when you get your new one, which is the proper ID, but the paper one is an original.
So to the bringer of the amendment, is this language acceptable for?
It is to the second. Are you agreeable as well? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any discussion on the language presented?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, since I'm not in the room and I can't see the language, could
Oh,
you
I'm sorry.
please read it for me and the public so we all know what we're voting on? Thank you.
Yes, so the amendment would read, page 2, line 13, after identification, insert is not expired in the original form in which it was issued, and.
Question.
So are you okay with that read in? Thank you, Senator. All right. All those in favor of the proposed amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I still think we have people that aren't able to go to the DMV to get their photo taken. They're not able to leave their place where they are for health reasons. They don't have a driver's license. Their passport may be expired. What do you do about those people? I mean, honestly, this assumes you can get to the DMV, but there are a lot of, walk in a nursing home, see how many people can get to the DMV. Now, if the DMV would come to them, great, but they can't get there. What are you gonna do about it? I'd like to go back to the Texas proposal that we had in the committee last year.
What? The Texas.
Can you state what that was?
Well, I need.
Are you offering that as an amendment or you?
Well, it's kind of conceptual, but it was in the standing committee amendment for the bill last year. So it'd be available. I should have pulled it down, but that's exactly what it is.
Senator Landon, you had a comment?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm following the good co-chairman. As you can tell, I've had a little bit of heartburn on this issue throughout the afternoon. Having spent some time these last few years as my dad graduated up through the system and into one of these facilities, my heart really goes out there because the final few months, we would not have been able to get him to the Department of Motor Vehicles and we would not have been able to get him a valid ID, given the language that we have now. The concern is Wyoming is the second fastest aging state in the country. We have a lot of senior citizens coming up through. And so
look at this community.
As of tonight, I would just say if we can't and don't want to adopt the Texas language tonight, I hope that we would be open to thinking about that language as it goes up through the session, because we've got a lot of folks who are site-bound at these facilities and don't have the ability to go get an identification. I just don't, I think they've earned our consideration. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Chairman.
And frankly, our Constitution allows everyone to vote unless they're adjudicated mentally incompetent. There are a lot of people on different levels of facilities that aren't able to present themselves at a Department of Motor Vehicles to fill out the application and sit in front of the camera. There are a lot of people like that.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yin.
So Mr. Laycock did send the Texas language, I believe, to the entire committee. It's just a lot, but we do have it. But there's it's basically a list of like all of the hardship exceptions that you prevent. So like lack of transportation, work schedule, lost or stolen identification.
I know what she's talking about.
It's a lot, but I am supportive of having this hardship exemption.
I think if we continue to look at it through session, I've always had a balance with it because that's why the Wyoming ID was created, for this specific reason, for our elderly to still have some form of ID because they don't have a driver's license anymore. And I hate to tilt one way farther from having Medicare or Medicaid cards, because we're trying to get away from things that can easily be obtained, number one, by somebody who isn't allowed to vote because of the lack of ID. And so I hope that we can continue to look at it, but I somehow want to link it to that Wyoming ID to make that easier to get and have it be that photo ID for our seniors because it does extend the expiration date even longer, and that's the intent of it. So I would like to kind of keep working on this and make sure that we can utilize that to do what it was made for.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I think that it's worth our effort. You know, we inherited this state from those good folks, and you know, I get, you know, the Medicare and Medicaid cards. I get that we'll set those aside, but there's some consideration that I think we should give here, and I bet we can land on something as this bill makes its way forward. Sure hope we can. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly.
Yes,
So
Representative Yin.
I mean, I do appreciate that on the Wyoming ID portion. Sometimes I lurk on these rants and raves Facebook groups. And there was one recently in the Cheyenne one that was about how long people were waiting at the YDOT driver services. People are waiting for like hours at a time. So the idea that they can get their ID, which is great, can get it for free, but it's still a very costly endeavor just to spend a day, wait in line. And it's our YDOT's already strained. Our YDOT's definitely already strained. So if we can figure out additional ways to make sure that people can get ID so they can vote, I think that would be great.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just been kind of sitting and stewing a little bit as we've been talking about photo IDs. And one of our committee members had questioned, well, why do we care if it's expired? The federal government cares if it's expired. In the Patriot Act, it specifically mentions this. In the KYC Know Your Customer Act, it specifically mentions that. And in the Customer Identification Program, which in the banking world we called SIP, specifically mentions expired IDs are not valid because that's what the federal government says. It literally kind of almost says it like that. Somebody had mentioned veterans can't get IDs. The VA issues ID cards to people that are under their care. The DOD issues ID cards to people who are under DOD VA medical care. I recently, believe it or not, became old enough to get a Medicare card. I did, believe it. I went to the doctor and my doctor knows how old I am. And the gal said, show me your card, but show me your driver's license, because there's so much Medicare fraud right now that Medicare cards are not acceptable as ID. And so the federal government has chosen to reduce that acceptability, but they're kind of doing it in a long stretch out. So those are just a couple of observations I had on this, why photo IDs are important. Banks require this. So my mother, I nursed through a lengthy illness and she passed away. And she did have a Wyoming ID that had a very long expiration date, so it wasn't an issue. And I was able to take her to vote. And, you know, that was okay, but I understand that can be an issue for a lot of people, and I feel for them on that. It's a hard one.
Senator Steinmetz, thank you for your patience. Do you have a question?
Your hand's up.
I apologize. I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Mr. Chairman?
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you guys, we can't fix this tonight. It's kind of befuddled here. But the bill title's very strict, and I'd like to propose that we amend the bill title. Josh, I need your help with this, because it says, an act relating to elections requiring the acceptable identification include a photograph of the person. That's the problematic language, because we can't put any exceptions in with that language in the bill title if we're going to be strict to Hoyle. So I'd like to propose that we modify that and say an act relating to elections specifying acceptable identification for a person repealing school identification cards, Medicaid, blah, blah, blah. Josh, do you see what I'm trying to do here? Get rid of the word photograph in the bill title so that we do have room to talk about this. Otherwise, we don't.
And
Is there a
Mr.
second?
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh, go ahead.
And just, Mr. Chairman, with the previous change to add the not expired language,
Right.
that part of the title isn't accurate anymore anyway, so.
So I would make a motion that we say that second clause, just say specifying acceptable identification for a person.
Is there a second?
And I'm just trying to give us room to maneuver when we get to the session.
That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, on my
Representative Weber.
amendment, did we take a vote on that?
On,
On my amendment that Mr. Dockstader and I
Yes.
first? and
yes,
second? Okay. These guys are,
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think we need to look into this more as something we can do, and something that's been on my mind is perhaps that we could allow photographs to be taken at nursing homes or wherever people are at,
Possible.
and have someone who's taken that picture sign an affidavit as to what that photograph is. So where I appreciate this amendment, I'd like to keep the title the way it is at this time at least. So I'm going to be a no vote on that.
Mr. Chairman, if we keep the title the way it is, I think it's going to preclude the ability of having,
The expert.
yeah. So in essence, it'll lock out people. Because we don't have a way to create a way for there to be a official photograph of someone that doesn't present themselves to the DMV, not that I know of.
Any other discussion? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I think Josh said that with the amendment that we have now, the title still has to be changed. That's correct? Yeah, so.
Correct. Other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Question on the bill?
Representative Webb.
I hate to belabor this anymore, but I just want to, want us to think through a little bit. Is the effective date of July 1st good, or does that need to be backed up so that there, I'm just hypothetically speaking or thinking, if this were to pass through the House and the Senate and become law, do we need to adjust the effective date? And I guess
Yes.
the secretary and the clerks may be best to address that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My recommendation was either June 1 or immediately. In our recommendations, we're trying to address, you may have May municipal elections, so it's a policy choice on whether we have it in effect immediately or June 1. I don't like July 1. That's why we've been trying to steer away from it, because it's so close to the start of Uakava voting. That would happen, I think, within 5 to 6 days of July 1 in the 26 calendar. So I think either June 1 if you want to steer clear of the May municipal elections, or immediately if you want to feed into the to the May municipal elections, which are obviously opt-in. I'm supportive of either. I think we need to get this done. So it's just kind of a policy choice, but I would avoid July 1.
Representative Webb, would you like to put that in amendment?
I believe I would, and I think let's just go immediately so that we're including everything.
It's been moved in second on the effective date to be effective immediately. All those in favor, is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Motion carries. Any other amendments? All right, seeing none, please poll the Oh, I'm sorry, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to let the committee know I'll be a no on this bill. I think for all intents and purposes, it disallows any registration by mail. And to me, that's a problem. I think that is something that folks have been able to use and they would not anymore on this one. I'm still not comfortable with not having a provision in the bill that takes care of our senior citizens, and so I'll be a no on the bill.
All right, thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think there's a single instance where someone has appeared and tried to vote for someone else, tried to impersonate another person. It's not happened, doesn't happen. I don't think there's a single instance where someone has a made-up personality and tries to vote. Show me those if it does. That's what this thing would catch. It doesn't do anything. But it will block people from being able to register remotely from elections. I'm a no vote.
Any other comments? All right, please poll the board. Please poll the committee.
On the motion to sponsor 26 LSO 48 elections, acceptable identification revisions as amended. Senator Boner excused. Senator Dockstetter?
Aye.
Senator Landon?
No.
Senator Steinmetz?
Aye.
Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Heft?
Aye.
Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Locke?
Aye.
Representative Lucas?
Aye.
Representative Webb?
Aye.
Representative Weber?
Aye.
Representative Yin?
No.
Co-Chairman Case?
No.
Chairman Knapp?
Aye.
9 aye, 3 no, and 1 excused.
One more to go.
That bill carries. Last, we have 26 LSO-0049, election transparency.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
motion on the bill, and I would move to limit it to just that one piece, take everything else out. And my mind is kind of mushy right now, but it was, remind me, everybody, what piece that was. Page 6 and 7. Yes. Yeah.
So you want to move the bill first and make that as an amendment? Or you want to move that as the bill?
Help us out, Ms. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
it would be starting on page 7, the change to 22-9-125, and then carrying over to page 8. Page 8, line 8, and then the rest, subsection B. Subsection B would be pulled out and the rest of the bill.
All right, so let's move the bill first. Can we
Okay.
have a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and then that amendment is what Josh just read. If you could do that again.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. So the only thing remaining in the bill then would be the change, starting on page 7, line 8, through page 8, line 8.
Okay, do we have a second on the amendment? Representative Lucas, thank you. Any discussion? Senator Landon?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'm just riding a pretty slow horse by this time of the day. So this includes the new language of moving to 21 days versus the 28 days recommended by our county clerks. Am I understanding correctly that is the bill?
As amended.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand where we're going here.
Let's take time out. We need some help.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative,
so for Mr. Anderson, I believe this was a bill by itself at some point, probably on the House side. Do you remember what bill number that is?
I don't recall, Mr. Chairman. Let me see if I can find it.
Secretary of State?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted
It's
to
28 to
answer
21, right?
Representative Yin's question.
Yeah.
Which is that This bill came out of the Senate. It included 3 House concepts, and then it added this one other concept that was unique. And I do want to correct one thing that was said quite a bit in the testimony that I just, in my reading, and I'm not saying, you know, it should be one way or another, but the way I read this is it is lowering in-person absentee voting from 28 to 21 days, not absentee. I'm just telling you how it reads. And I've had a lot of discussion with Mr. Rubino on this, and that's the way I read this. And, but anyway, that's the providence on it and the way I read it. I think, the absentee question is separate, but I also think we need to put some limits on the absentee voting, but I want the committee to know what I feel they're doing. And I don't think the testimony has been in alignment with what the bill actually does and some of the afternoon stuff. But, you know, some of it gets into, you know, how in-person absentee voting is melded with absentee voting. So maybe that's the argument that the clerks are making, but I think the mail voting portion is in another section of the code. You know, there is that constitutional quirk, right, where the Constitution guarantees absentee voting, and to create in-person absentee voting, they kind of melded it, but I don't think that's touched here. So I do think that this is having to do with in-person absentee voting, but I leave a 10% chance I'm wrong. But I think it's not more than 10.
Mr. Irwin?
Mr. Chairman, I misspoke, and the secretary is right. It is just limiting the in-person early absentee. And so there's 2 methods. One, there's the absentee voting that 28 days, we mail them out, you can come in, request it. So in Platte County, we have not employed the second option, which is the absentee polling place. Not every county has. So in my county, you can show up, get a ballot, go out to the hallway, mark it, come back in and return it by envelope. In other counties, you return it by putting it into the equipment. And so that's an absentee polling place. So what this does is make another new timeline that we've got to keep straight. And so our recommendation is it keeps consistent with absentee voting, but the secretary's right. I misspoke, not on purpose. The mail shouldn't be an issue. It's not changed, but again, we're adding a new timeline and a new opportunity to miss a timeline.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would, if we could do it, have a do-over, I would withdraw my motion on the bill. There's nothing in this bill that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. Senator Steinmetz?
Unless we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move to table the bill. We have 6 other bills we've passed plus our previous meeting. And I think we're going to have a full plate for a budget session. So I just moved to indefinitely table.
Second.
It's a precedential motion, so we
Yep,
got
I think it doesn't
All
even
right.
need a second. The bill is
The
tabled.
bill is tabled.
No, we have to vote.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, all in favor.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is tabled.
You got to vote. If not, that'd be the greatest tool in the world. You could derail anything just by saying I table it. I would love that power. Individual veto.
All right.
Let's start again in the morning.
I believe that is it. We are adjourned.
Time for lunch.